I just made a change. I don't know. I'm trying to just test it on my laptop to see if I can hear it, but I assumed it was at their end earlier.
It just suddenly started talking to us.
Hello. Sorry.
No, that's all right. Let's get it sorted.
Yeah, they're looking at it. I think you're okay now. Whatever they have to do.
It's gone too many.
Yeah, okay. Testing.
I've had a message to say it's working now. So.
Okay. Yeah, we're just seeing how, making sure there's no delay.
Obviously, I was okay. In ultimately, my name was South Ashford. And the inspector was people there. But obviously, all the objectives. That was responding to the planning consultant. And everybody in the area, but the inspector wasn't there. It's a 3-week virtual. Didn't really happen on that. Or we didn't have, there wasn't any people around it. So well, we just have on calling the windows at some point. We couldn't even contact the council because the whole thing's happening. It's because of those other things and then went down the phone. Literally. He just was like, hey, no.
Something a bit fishy with the internet, but actually, mate.
there isn't a delay. Yes, definitely.
Rumour has it that it is as good as fixed.
Aha, excellent.
Yes, sir. That's what I.
The last comment was we're just checking to see if there's a delay. Well, I think the delay is advanced on no sound.
Yes.
I haven't heard anything that there is a problem with it. So
Excellent.
I'm hoping we can be confident to progress. How are we going to progress? I think, Mr. Banner, if we just have with your support and Mr. Burton's, just a quick review of where we got to. I certainly don't think we need to repeat it, but perhaps just the references to what's been read and the documents that have been referred to, and then we'll pick up where we're at when interrupted.
Certainly. So for the benefit of anybody watching online, we introduced Mr. Burton by reference to his main proof, page 5, and he made some comments about the advantage in terms of giving evidence on this, the advantage of having specialist experience in particularly being involved in preparing schemes and drawing them up. We then went to the summary proof, which again is another document available online. We started at page 1.2. Mr. Burton was in the process, when we were alerted to the IT issue, was in the process of reading out the summary and in relation to each heading, stopping and drawing attention to various documents. And I think in relation to, in particular, the documents that have been referred to have been drawing 5.2 in the context of the scale of development and location on the periphery. 5.2 is a drawing which shows the settlement pattern, the urban grain, if you like. Then the next passage from 2.1.5, 2.1.7 points are made in particular by reference to the illustrative layout. And then Mr. Burton was halfway through the third subheading, representing a large-scale suburban atypical extension. Perhaps, for the sake of anyone listening, if you rewind just a step, Mr. Burton, would you mind just starting that passage again? So if you go back to 2.1.8, I think otherwise you're picking up midway and it might be a little hard to follow.
I will do. Are you okay for me just paraphrase and not?
By all means, exactly. Then I say if you can take us to any relevant figures, so we'll pick up there. Thank you, sir.
So from 2.1.8, so essentially the proposed development is not out of kilter with other developments constructed, and that includes St James's Park and Cortlandt Drive, which are 265 homes respectively. The appeal scheme has been informed by the landscape approach and reflects the capacity of the site and its edge of settlement location. 140 units is not dissimilar to other neighbourhoods within the village, and the density, which is very low, is equally appropriate, and I think that was agreed yesterday. In regards to meeting the important test within the neighbourhood plan regarding providing generous open space, a feeling of openness, and contributing hugely to the maintaining the rural aspects of the village, I believe the scheme fulfills those. It avoids urbanising components, 3-storey apartments, short terraces, high buildings, high densities, tarmac-dominated streets, and the absence of tree planting, and that's based on what's set out within the DAS. The council hasn't set out what they mean by a typical neighbourhood. I would argue that there isn't one in Bramley. There's a whole series of different types. I have concluded that it conforms with the 10 characteristics of well-designed places as set out within the National Design Guide. And I was going to conclude by just referencing figure 5.1, sir. And in terms of scale, the 2 points that I was going to make is that when you look at the site itself, to me, that it's a sympathetic response to the scale of the site and completely appropriate. But also when you zoom out and look at the settlement pattern as a whole, I've put these different dimensions on there, and it's very clear to me that it wouldn't alter those parameters for the overall settlement pattern in terms of the width of development and the way that it would sit behind the historic routes.
Thank you.
Shall I run on to the next one?
Yes, please. Thank you. So I've lost my page. Yes, again, same exercise, integration with the surrounding character of the area.
And so here, what I was going to refer to figures 510 and 511. And I'll start with 510. And so I believe I have shown that the urban form, landscape, movement, appearance, materials and detailing of the proposals are sympathetic to and reflective of the village context. And then in my summary proof, sir, I've listed the elements that I think are important in terms of aligning with the character. And that came from me reviewing the DAS, but in particular, some of the visualizations. And if I can take you to figure 5.10 and just highlight some of the principles that I've listed. I think when you look here, first of all, I think this is a really attractive entrance arrangement, and the composition of landscape to built form is appropriate. And you can see that there are generous landscape spaces. If you look at the roof profile, up, you've got the low barn building on the right. And importantly, what you can do is see the tree canopy behind that. And that is one of the features of this part of Bramley. Also, you've got a naturalistic planting scheme, which I think is sympathetic to the rural edge, new tree planting, and the detailing is incorporating and beginning to adopt those local materials, dark stained timber and red brick. And obviously that's something that would be developed as part of the reserve matters application. And then if I can just go on to the second visualization, sir. So this is from the edge of the development. And again, I would ask you just to look at the composition of landscape versus built form, the arrangement of the buildings, the fact that because the perimeter block has been adopted, you have an outward-looking development edge overlooking the public space. There's a nice interaction between the people using the open space and the development edge. It's incorporating good boundary treatment such as hedging, and all contributing to a rural feel. And I think to conclude on this point, what I'd like to say is that this is a perimeter block, and it doesn't mean that you can't incorporate the characteristics that are defining a village. And I think that's a really important point to highlight. And so the last point was in my view, the architecture takes the inspiration from the context, but also adopts a contemporary detailing appropriate to low energy methods of construction. The neighbourhood plan requires new developments to be of good quality design in their own right and not merely imitations of historic styles. And I think this approach that is beginning to be expressed within the DAS is doing just that. As such, I believe the architecture approach to be fully justified and supported by the National Design Guide and National Model Design Code. Further, in the absence of any prevailing architectural style, this approach, in my mind, is the right one. And so to conclude, I have demonstrated that the appeal scheme accords with national and local plan policies related to design, a focus of which is ensuring the developments are sympathetic to the context. It's my conclusion that the appeal scheme, as set out within the DAS, fully meets this objective in Bramley.
Thank you. Last point. You were here yesterday when Mr. Dawes gave his evidence on character, etc., and design. Yes?
Yes.
And he agreed that although this is an outline application appeal, everything that's shown in your evidence of the illustrative scheme, etc., is within the parameters, within the framework of the outline permission sought, and could be secured at reserve matters stage. Do you agree with Mr. Dawes on that point?
I do agree, and I also believe that the DAS provides a really good set of strong principles to allow that to be achieved.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Burton. Stay there. I'm sure there'll be some questions for you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Ms. Sargent.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Burton.
Morning.
Let's take it in proof, please. And go to paragraph 1.1.7 on page 5.
Yeah.
You can see there you tell us that in this appeal you're acting as a professional urban design witness, yes?
Yeah.
And you tell us at 1.3.2 that you are specifically concerned only with the first reason for refusal, yes?
Yes.
We know, don't we, there is no reference to design in the first reason for refusal?
Well, there's reference to the settlement pattern, which is what my evidence deals with.
There is no reference to design, is there? It's not a controversial question. The word design isn't in the first reason for refusal, is it?
The specific word isn't no, but it's dealing with aspects that relate to design.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spend long on this, everyone can read it. The references to the scale of the development, its location, so the location of the site on the periphery, the prevailing built form of Bramley, and then whether the scheme would be a large-scale suburban or atypical extension to Bramley, yes?
It is, yeah.
No reference to policy D2 of the neighbourhood plan.
So,
Which is the design policy in the neighbourhood plan, isn't it?
it is.
Right. So when looking back at your proof, please, at 1.2.1, you refer at the end of that paragraph to the urban design criteria cited in the council's putative reasons for refusal. I mean, urban design criteria ordinarily would be criteria relating to scheme design, wouldn't they?
No, I disagree with that. And if I can explain, because design covers all aspects of the stages of development. It's right from the very beginning, from concept through to planning and delivery, and you have to take it in that broad context. And so in order to answer the questions that are embedded within the reasons for refusal, you have to look at design, whether it's at a conceptual master planning stage or detail stage.
But insofar as you're referring to criteria within the reasons for refusal, I mean, we just looked at it. They are the points that I referred to. So scale of development, location of the site, and prevailing built form.
Well, I would say that design is a component of that. You can only ascertain whether, in terms of scale, for example, whether it's appropriate by considering the design, because the building heights are a component of design, as is density, as is block structure, indeed every aspect of the proposals. So you can't strip out design from when you're considering reason for refusal one, in my view.
We are not concerned, though, we can agree with the detailed design of the scheme at this inquiry, are we?
No, but we are assessing the DAS.
We don't know at this stage, do we, what the detailed design of the scheme will ultimately be?
No, I would agree with that, but the DAS sets out the principles by which this outline application has been submitted.
Yeah, but this is an outline. This is an application for outline planning permission. We don't know what the design will be. The illustrative master plan shows one way that it could be done. Yes.
Correct.
But it might come forward. Ultimately, the applicant at reserve matters stage might put forward a different master plan. Yes.
Well, I think in order to help illustrate why I'm saying design is...
Please answer the question. I'm happy for you to qualify as long as you like, but it is correct, isn't it, that at reserve matter stage, the application that's put in might look different to the illustrative master plan?
It might, but as expressed earlier, the council have the power to ensure that it doesn't. And I think it's relevant to point out that in the National Design Guide, it makes it very clear that one of the purposes of submitting a DAS is to ensure that the proposed development is a suitable response to its site and its context. And that is embedded within the first part of reason for a refusal for one. So in order to determine whether or not it's achieving that objective, you must look at the design. The National Design Guide is explicit in that.
We agree, though, that the illustrative master plan is exactly that. It's illustrative. It's not the appellant's case that the scheme will look like the illustrative master plan ultimately.
I accept it is illustrative.
Thank you. There was a reference yesterday to a parameter plan in the environmental statement, and then there was debate over whether compliance with that could be conditioned.
There wasn't debate, it was agreed.
No. Don't interrupt me, Mr. Banner, please.
There wasn't debate.
Don't interrupt me, Mr. Banner, please. I can only cross-examine you on the appellant's case as it is put as we sit here. The appellant has not asked the inspector to condition the parameter plan, has it?
I'm not sure I can answer that. I don't.
Okay, well, I'll ask Mr. Voss because actually there hasn't been a request. Well, you can answer that, actually. You were here on Tuesday, weren't you?
I was here on Tuesday, yeah.
And you will have seen the main statement of common ground. We can look at it if we need to. It is core document 6.2. Can you get that up on page 3, please?
Yep, I'm at page 3.
And you'll see at 2.1, it says 2 plans form the formal plans for determination, 1 location plan for proposed site access arrangement, yes?
Yep.
So a parameter plan is not included in the formal plans for determination, is it?
Well, based on that table there, but as I say, I feel that's a planning matter.
Let's consider, I want to be clear about this because I don't think we have been yet. Let's consider what might happen at reserve matter stage. The applicant might put forward a scheme which reflects the illustrative master plan. Yes, that's one thing it could do.
Correct.
If it does, and the council thinks that the illustrative master plan is acceptable in planning terms, then obviously the council can grant reserve matters approval for the illustrative master plan. Yes.
Correct.
If at reserve matter stage the council thinks that the illustrative master plan scheme is not appropriate in planning terms, it can refuse reserve matters approval, and then the applicant can appeal, can't it?
I believe so. Again, we're going into planning matters. I feel here that I'm not sure I'm necessarily the right person to be asking.
The alternative is that the applicant could put forward a reserve matters application that reflects something different to the illustrative master plan.
Well, they could put something forward that is actually picking up on the DAS proposals and enhance it.
Can you answer the question, please?
Well, they could, yes, but also there's lots of different scenarios. But my point is that I believe that the outline application with the DAS provides a really good framework, very strong principles that should provide a good degree of certainty that a high quality scheme can be delivered. And obviously there's lots of different scenarios in terms of reserve matters application. As was yesterday, that's control of the council.
So if an alternative scheme is put forward, as you say, if the council thinks that the alternative scheme is acceptable, then it can grant reserve matters approval for it, yes?
Correct, yeah.
And again, if an alternative scheme is submitted and the council doesn't think it's acceptable, then it can refuse reserve matters appeal. And again, reserve matters approval will be refused. And again, the applicant has a right of appeal, yes?
That's my understanding.
Good. So it would be wrong to suggest, wouldn't it, that the council will be able to insist at reserve matters stage that the scheme looks like the illustrative master plan, because if the applicant wants to put forward something different, it will do so, and it has a right of appeal in the event that approval is refused. Yes?
I think there's a misunderstanding. It's looking like the illustrative master plan. That's not really what ensuring good placemaking is about. The DAS sets out loads of principles within that about the configuration of the blocks, type of building typologies, the arrangement of open space, the appearance, use of materials, and it provides that kind of suite of design principles that will inform a reserve matters application, and therefore it's not just about one component of that, the appearance. All of those will be factors that will determine whether reserve matters application is suitable or not.
I'll put the question again. It would be wrong to suggest that the council is able to insist that the scheme ultimately comes forward looking like the illustrative master plan, because an alternative scheme can be put forward for reserve matters approval, and if the council refuses approval, there is a right of appeal. Yes?
Well, if the council are not...
Yes, can we have a yes or no, please, first?
Yes, if the council consider that the reserve matters application is not fulfilling the good design principles set out within the DAS, they could refuse it.
Good, thank you. Now, to the extent in your proof of evidence that you comment on things such as the visibility of the site, you're not seeking, I assume, to cut across Mr. Smith's evidence on landscape character and visual effects.
No.
Because there is some overlap, but Mr. Smith, I have understood to be the primary witness for the appellant on landscape character and visual effects, yes?
Correct.
So, in the interests of brevity, I'm not going to repeat the matters I covered yesterday where there is overlap between these two witnesses. Moving then, please, to paragraph 3.7.1 of your proof. We can see what you say there in summary about the settlement pattern. Could we please turn up core document 5.4 again, which is the HDA sensitivity assessment?
I have that.
Thank you. I'm just going to my copy to the examples. And within that document, can we go to page 31, please? Let me know when you're there.
I am, yep.
And if we look at the bottom of that page again, we're back at the overall sensitivity judgment, which we were looking at yesterday. And we can see the second sentence or second line says the relatively large site is part of the rural continuum to the west, forms part of the rural settlement area, is inconsistent with the general pattern of the settlement and the existing pattern of ribbon development along the street. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we know this is HDA's view not last year anymore, 2021. We can see that their view is that the site is inconsistent with the general pattern of the settlement, and specifically they identify an inconsistency with the existing pattern of ribbon development along the street, yeah?
Yes, I've read that.
It's correct, isn't it, that the pattern of development along the street is ribbon development?
The small section is single-sided, yes, on the side facing the site. But it is important to appreciate that there's development on the other side of the street. And the diagram that I showed earlier shows that width of development varies considerably.
But when HDA concludes that the site is inconsistent with the existing pattern of ribbon development along the street, they're correct, aren't they?
Well, I think they're focusing rather similar to Mr. Dawes, just on that specific location. My professional opinion is that when you look at the whole settlement pattern, it's not inconsistent.
Okay, but I think you do accept, do you, that if you do focus on that part of the settlement, there is an inconsistency?
There is an inconsistency, but I would argue that it's not appropriate to replicate that pattern.
Thank you. Then could we please turn up your appendices, or not your appendices, your figures? I'm not quite sure what you've labelled them as, but the figures that you were looking at in your evidence in chief, and look at figure 5.1, please. And this is your analysis of settlement depth. We can see, and this is, as I've understood this figure, this is where you are explaining what the settlement depth would look like if this was in accordance with the illustrative master plan, yes?
Correct.
So what you're doing here is you're measuring the distance, but you're taking into account just the housing that, as I've understood it, the sort of light-coloured area, or the lighter-coloured area in the site is intended, I assume, to represent where the houses go in under the master plan.
Yeah, so three principal housing parcels.
Yeah, so the measurement ignores the changes proposed across the remainder of the site in terms of the open space areas, yes?
Well, it does, but I mean, that for consistency reasons. If you look at the development at the top of Richards Lane, the Burlington Lane, I haven't included the open space to the north of that either. Effectively, what I've done is taken the outer settlement edge. Just for consistency, I've done it like that because I'm talking about urban settlement patterns.
Okay.
You wouldn't include perimeter open space in doing that analysis.
Right, good. Thank you for clarifying that. We still have, though, a figure of 570 in the northeastern corner of the site, that measurement there.
Yes.
Which is, when we look overall at the figures on this page, it's the second highest one after the 624 next to it, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I obviously, be clear, you can measure it in different dimensions, different ways. I've tried to be transparent in the way that I've done that, but I accept that that's one of the larger.
Yeah, and as such, it can't be described realistically as a typical depth of 570 when we see the other figures, in the 300s, the 200s, the 400s, and then one at 502. But 570 isn't a typical settlement depth when you're looking at the settlement as a whole, is it?
Well, I mean, to me, what that demonstrates is that in the proximity of the site, the actual depth of development that it's adjoining is quite significant. It's not a thin, narrow, single-sided development. There's actually development all the way through either side of the street, and therefore it's not kind of appropriate to say that it's not compatible with the settlement pattern, because the settlement pattern already has that depth.
That wasn't my question. When we look at these figures, a figure of 570 is not typical of the settlement depth that we see throughout Bramley, is it?
And no, I disagree. In my evidence, I've been very clear. I've said that there's a broad band of development that varies from 150 metres to 650 metres. And I think that, as I said, it narrows and widens, but those are the broad parameters. And the scheme design sits within those parameters. And therefore, I believe that it's appropriate in that wider context.
And is it, can we look at figure 3.12, please? Earlier on in the set.
Yes.
And if we look at in figure 312, this is showing the position at the moment, isn't it?
It is.
And we can see, looking along the street, we've got 315, I think, zoom in. Yeah, 315, 153 and 324. I mean, you're not seriously going to suggest that 570 would be typical of those distances along the street, are you?
No, I mean, I accept that by developing the site, you are broadening the settlement. There's no, that's undeniable. The point is that when you look at the settlement pattern as a whole, that is not uncharacteristic. And it is kind of that kind of growth has occurred naturally over many years within Bramley.
Thank you. Next, could we look at the next page in your figures, actually, figure 3.13. As you were here yesterday for Mr. Dawes' evidence, weren't you? So you will recall his answer was that the settlement of Bramley incorporates cul-de-sac rather than them being a prevailing feature of the settlement. He was correct, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, it's difficult because I'm not sure there is a prevailing block layout. Cul-de-sacs is one of them. I wouldn't say that it is the prevailing layout for the whole of Bramley. There are so many.
Yeah, and we can also agree when we look at the area along the street in Minchin's Lane or the area immediately to the east of the site, it's obvious that cul-de-sacs are not prevailing in that part of the settlement, yes?
In the immediate proximity of the site, but I mean, just to be clear, I wouldn't call the proposals a cul-de-sac development. I mean, that has connotations, and actually when you're looking at active travel and encouraging those types of movement, the way the perimeter block is arranged and the way that streets combined with footpaths is absolutely fundamental when you're asking that question about a cul-de-sac. I mean, there's lots of examples where actually streets are blocked off to prohibit vehicular movements and encourage pedestrian cyclists. Now, you might call that a cul-de-sac then, but in fact, it's actually establishing very sound, good placemaking principles. And I believe that the perimeter block arrangement, which has been adopted here, is doing just that. And in answering that, Sarah, if I can perhaps just take you to the movement diagram, if I may, which I think I have replicated in 5.1, sorry, no, not 5.1, 5.7. I beg your pardon, 5.6. Actually, can I use figure 3.17 first? Sorry to jump you around. 3.17. I think I said this out in my proof, sir, but one of the characteristics of Bramley, when you look at the wider settlement pattern, is that you have these principal historic routes. And then off of those, you have these series of secondary routes, the ones that I've kind of the lighter yellow colour, and they're not connected in terms of vehicular movements. And to my mind, that's one of the important characteristics, because what it does is it maintains the primacy of those historic routes. Now, if you were to have a new settlement that began to introduce another primary route, it would begin to detract from those existing historic routes. And so if we could now jump to figure 5.7. The proposals are replicating that exact characteristic that has been adopted in the rest of Bramley. So there's just one connection back onto that primary route, which means that the primacy of those historic routes will be maintained. But the fundamental point is that in terms of active travel movements, walking, cycling, it is 100% permeable. And so it will connect into all these different movements and cycle connections. And so if you're living there, hopefully what that will mean is that you will walk to the local facilities which are close by. And importantly, because it's not developing beyond that band of development, it allows that walkable neighbourhood framework to be maintained, which I think the way the family has developed does encourage walking or cycling.
Okay, let's come back to question.
Thank you, sir. There was a reference in your evidence in chief to the fact that you've taken a macro view, looking at it on a settlement basis, but you're not suggesting, are you, that one should not consider the character of the part of the settlement that a development site is situated in?
No.
Good, thank you. Settlement edge. If it is, or if it were to be suggested that the scheme would bring about an improvement in terms of the settlement edge, the reality is that until we get to the detailed scheme design, we don't actually know what the settlement edge will look like, do we?
Well, I would say there are some principles that are defined within the application in terms of densities, building heights, the position of the development edge, but I accept in terms of materials, architectural design, the detailed landscape proposals, that's something that you would develop through the reserve matters application, if I do agree with that.
Yeah, because building heights actually aren't fixed, are they yet?
Well, the assessments that have been submitted as part of the outline application take account of building heights, which are 2 to 2.5 metres. Sorry, 2 to 2.5 stories. I beg your pardon.
They're not fixed, are they?
Well, those are what I believe that they are fixed. Yeah. 3-story development is not proposed on this development.
Okay, well,
That's shown on the parameter plan,
which isn't a plan that is.
But it's also the assumption by which the landscape assessment has been undertaken.
Okay, well, so I think we're trespassing towards legal questions around how all of this fits together. I'm not going to try and put to this witness.
Well, no, I think Mr. Burton has rightly said that some of those elements of planning matters that you can pick up with Mr. Ross
Yes,
later.
I wasn't really going to go to this material necessarily much with Mr. Burton, but because of the questions that were put to Mr. Dawes yesterday, I am covering them with him because that was the order that we agreed to do matters in. So.
Okay. I mean, it's raised its head twice in the cross-exam about the parameters plan and where it sits and whether there's discussions in the background about the necessity of it being conditioned. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. I honestly don't know that. But it could be a matter that we deal with in planning or indeed in the conditions.
So I want to be very clear about this.
Okay.
As I said to the witness, I've had to prepare his cross-examination on the basis that nothing is.
That there isn't a condition tying in the parameters plan.
I understand the answer that Mr. Dawes gave yesterday, but I do not accept that legally it would actually necessarily be open to condition the parameters plan at this stage. So the reason I put the question to this witness was because there hasn't actually been a request to you yet to condition the plan. If the request is made, I will address you on whether legally that is actually an option that's available to you, but the request hasn't been made yet.
I think that's, if I may, sir, it's not quite as simple as that, is it? At the moment, there's a set of agreed conditions, and that agreed conditions doesn't have a requirement that the parameters reserve. It wouldn't necessarily have to be an approved plan. It'd be a requirement that one sees you'll impose conditions of this countless times so that reserve matters should be in general accordance with the parameters plan. Now, at the moment, the joint position of the parties is it's not necessary to make the development acceptable to say that, because if one party did think that, we would have indicated so in the condition. That's not the end of the matter. It's not as simple as saying, well, either we request it or we don't. The point is, if you were to think, in light of the evidence, it were to be necessary, that's one of the basket of options available to you.
No,
I'm sorry, I haven't finished, Ms Sargent.
well, it's not.
No, Ms Sargent, I haven't finished.
Mr.
We are actually in the middle of cross-examining. It is my fault because I've opened up the debate halfway through. It may be what we should do is just park this deal with Mr. Burton and we can have it as a discussion. But let's park it for now because it's in danger of taking over the issue that we're actually dealing with, which is Mr. Burton and cross-exam. But there is a point of discussion that may be needed about the powers of the inspector to basically apply conditions as long as they meet the tests. Ms. Sargent, I'll come back to you. I apologise because that was slightly my instigation to trigger that.
It was on the things that I was anticipating I might have to address you on later, so I have it at the end of my note of cross-examination, so we can come back to it then.
Yep.
6.4.10 of your proof, please, Mr. Burton. In terms of recent schemes in Bramley, the only one that you identify as larger than the appeal scheme is St James's Park, yes?
Correct.
And the other one is Portland Drive at 65 units is not quite half of the quantum of the appeal scheme, yes?
Correct.
It's right, isn't it, that a scale of 140 units is not typical of recent development in Bramley?
Well, in terms of the 200 unit scheme, it's not typical because it's less. But the point that I go on to make is that when you look at the wider neighbourhoods, that size of development is wholly appropriate.
That's a different question, though, to whether something is typical. In terms of recent schemes in Bramley, you're only able to point to one that is larger than the appeal scheme. So we can't say that a scale of development of 140 units is typical for the settlement, can we?
Yes, but this comes back to the point that I tried to make earlier, is that when you're determining whether or not it's an appropriately scaled new neighbourhood, the only appropriate test is to look at all of the neighbourhoods in Bramley and understand whether it's appropriate in that context. You wouldn't just choose one neighbourhood and make a determining factor on that.
Thank you. Then can we look at chapter 5 or section 5, please, which begins on page 20. And we can see townscape appraisal as the heading, overview, and you're referring to the National Design Guide, and at 5.1.2, turning over to page 21 of the proof, you have a quote. It says, a well-designed place is unlikely to be achieved by focusing only on the appearance, materials and detail of the building. It comes about through making the right choices at all levels, including the layout or master plan, the form and scale of buildings, their appearance, landscape materials and their detailing. None of those things are known at this stage, are they?
Well, as I said, I think the scale of the buildings and the densities are known. The DAS, which is a material consideration, deals with all of those.
But the layout, let's look at 5.1.5, where you have a list of the assessment and the things that headings you've employed. So urban form, the layout, we have the illustrative master plan, but if the applicant at reserve matter stage wants a different layout, it can ask for one, can't it?
I'm not sure they can ask for it. They would review what the reserve matters proposals are setting out.
Whoever brings this site forward, and they're not compelled at reserve matter stage to apply for the layout in the illustrative master plan, are they? They can ask for something different in terms of layout.
Well, I mean, so if you take the site as a whole, the arrangement of where the development is going is fixed.
It's not. How is it fixed, Mr. Burton?
Well, because the some of the assessments, as I understand it, that sit alongside the application are based on the configuration of the open space. It's in the description of development, it's very clear that 60.25 hectares of that will be public open space.
It doesn't say where.
I mean,
site.
my experience over many years is that the likelihood of a scheme coming forward that doesn't comply with those three development parcels is extremely unlikely, because the DAS is so prescriptive and clear and precise about the principles that are underpinning the development. And I mean, if I can illustrate that point by taking you to the DAS.
And we could do that, but you have agreed with me that the illustrative master plan is illustrative. I don't think these questions are particularly controversial.
Would you let him finish the answer, please? Because until we hear it, we don't know further.
Well, I have to say, I mean, I don't think I need to go back to the DAS at this particular point, because I think the parties' positions are quite clear on this. It is an illustrative master plan. It's been accepted that it is illustrative and not detailed, and you cannot guarantee that the final scheme would look precisely the same as what is set out in the DAS. The challenge is if a different scheme came forward, whether it would meet reserve matters approval. I appreciate the point, Ms. Sargent, you've made, that the actual final say may not rest with the local authority on that matter.
So I'm trying to move through this material as rapidly as I can, but
It would be fair for me just to say, when I'm doing that quick summary, that I do appreciate the appellant's point that the DAS is so prescriptive that it would lead to, that's as they've put it, or my very quick summary is as they put it, and Mr. Burton can jump in and tell me if I'm wrong, I'm sure, is so prescriptive that it would lead to almost inevitably to be a scheme that is very similar to, if not identical. Now, that's a point that can be argued either in further questions or submissions, and Mr. Burton, as I say, can come back and criticise me if I'm wrong on that.
No, I agree with that statement, sir.
So, Mr. Sargent, that was slightly to stop debate between the two of you, but also just to help us get to a point where I can allow you to continue.
There is a sort of very fundamental point, so I'll try and just see if I can get there and skip arguments about whether the layout will or won't look the way it does in the illustrative master plan.
Yes.
Pick that up in submission. When we look at chapter 5 of your evidence, Mr. Burton, we can see you go, so 5.1.5 we were just looking at has this list of urban form, landscape appearance, movement, context, community and climate, and then the following pages, what you're doing is assessing the illustrative master plan proposals under those headings, yes?
Correct, yeah.
But we can agree, can't we, that it wouldn't be appropriate for the inspector to comment on whether the illustrative master plan specifically is acceptable in terms of things like layout and movement, because those are for reserved matters, aren't they?
Well, again, that feels like a planning question to me. I'm not sure that I'm the right person to.
Well, it's your, I mean, I just,
it's perhaps worth
to put this to you, Mr. Burton, because my answer to these several pages, in fact, to most of your proof, my answer to it is, thank you very much. It's a detailed assessment, but it's a detailed assessment of the illustrative master plan, and it's not for this inspector to pass comment one way or the other on whether what you put forward is appropriate.
So it's not a detailed assessment on the illustrative master plan. It is an assessment on the design access statement and other aspects of the outline application. That's a really important point to understand. And if I can go back to the National Design Guide, page 5, and it talks about a DAS, it says it provides a framework for applicants to explain how a proposed development is a suitable response to the site and its setting. And so my evidence is dealing with that part of reason for refusal 1, and therefore it's wholly appropriate, in my view, for my evidence to talk about the DAS in the context of those components of place. Now, whether or not how that's delivered through a reserve matters application, I believe, is a planning issue, not a design related issue.
Well, let me see if we can at least agree this. Let's take, for example, your 5.2.2,
Yeah,
where you're talking about the proposed built form superimposed onto the existing settlement structure. But the way that you've done that is to take the layout shown in the illustrative master plan, yes?
correct.
Yeah, right. The inspector doesn't have the council's view in evidence on whether that particular layout, so where the houses go within the development parcels, is appropriate, does it?
I accept that within those development parts.
No, please answer the question. We will be here for a very long time. The inspector doesn't have from the council its view on whether the disposition of the houses, the separation distances between the houses, all the rest of it, things that go to the detailed layout. The inspector doesn't have the council's view on whether that's appropriate or not, as shown in the illustrative master plan, does he?
I think the answer to that is no, but
And third parties, we've heard from them on day one, they're very engaged with this appeal. They have engaged with this appeal on the basis that the reserved matters will be considered at a later date, haven't they? So they are proceeding on the basis that layout, movement, where the streets within the development go, all of that will be considered by the council at a future point in time, yes?
well, the position of the access is obviously agreed.
Yeah, apart from that.
And I mean, I would come back to the point that my view is it's extremely unlikely that the development will come forward in a way that deviates significantly from that set out within the DAS.
Table 6.1, please. Page 29 of your proof.
Yep, I've got
Apart from so row C, where your response is on the right-hand side, but all the other rows in this table, they are proceeding on an assumption that what comes forward on the site will resemble the illustrative master plan and what's shown in the DAS, yes?
correct, yeah.
So if the detailed design is different, then the answer in your right-hand column might be different.
Potentially, yes.
And when we look at 6.1.4, please, on page 30, you're referring to paragraph 134 of the NPPF and significant positive weight being given. We can see what it says. We don't know, sat here, whether the detailed scheme design ultimately will reflect local design policies, because we don't know actually what the ultimate detailed design is going to be, correct?
Well, I would say that based on the outline that's been submitted and the information with it, it's within the council's control to ensure that it does, based on the information that's set out within the DAS.
We can't apply paragraph 134 until we actually have a detailed scheme design to assess, can we?
I think you can. I mean, the NPPF references the National Design Guide, and the National Design Guide references the importance of design and access statements. Therefore, I think it's appropriate to make a conclusion based on that design and access statement and all the other aspects of the outline application. And then a reserve matters would come if it would come forward in accordance with those proposals.
Table 6.3, page 31.
Yep.
We've got, again, similarly, your response in the right-hand column, and we can see in relation to 1A, 1B, 1C, and I think all of the points, so 2A through to 2F. Again, your answers are assuming that the scheme ultimately comes forward in line with the illustrative master plan, yes?
the design and access statement,
Yeah.
and then all aspects of the outline application. And of course, because that's at this stage, that's all that I can make the assessment on. But that's what the outline application comprises of. I would have thought that if you apply that kind of logic, it would be difficult to approve any outline applications because by definition, they're not providing detailed designs. It's a completely appropriate response to say that certain aspects of the design would be dealt with through reserved matters. And indeed, I think that's a logical way of dealing with it because it was a scheme to be defined and developed further.
It's the same point on policy. If we go to page 34 and you have a table 6.4 analysing policy D2 as a neighbourhood plan. Again, your answers are given on the assumption that the scheme comes forward in line with the DAS and the illustrative master plan, yes?
Right, yeah.
Right, thank you. Can we go back in your proof to paragraph 1.3.9?
Yep.
We can see halfway through that paragraph, you say, I will demonstrate that the council has significantly underrepresented the positive place-making aspects of the. And then if we go to 6.4, back where we were, page 36, you say the numerous positive place-making features appear to have been disregarded by the council, but the council is entitled to wait until reserved matters stage before it assesses the detailed design of the scheme, isn't it?
Well, my experience.
No. Yes or no, please. The council is entitled to wait until reserved matters stage before it assesses whether the scheme design is appropriate. Yes.
So it is entitled to wait, but all of my experience on every single project that I think I've been involved with is that you have a dialogue with the council about the design approach at the outline stage, and the design and access statement and other kind of workshops, community engagement, all of those feed into the process. So I can't see any reason why the council wouldn't have a conversation with the applicants about the way that the design is being set out with the design and access statement. And indeed, before many applications are approved, often we will get a response from the design officer setting out what they think is working well within the design and access statement and what doesn't work. And you would expect that design and access statement to be updated to reflect that. I mean, to me, that's a completely appropriate process and it results in good design. So to suggest that everything would be left to the reserved matters application absolutely is not my experience when you're dealing with schemes like this.
Can you identify for me, please, a positive placemaking aspect of the scheme that isn't subject to confirmation at reserved matters stage?
So I believe that the quantum of open space and the configuration of open space is so explicit within the description of development, the way that it's been assessed in the ES and other aspects, other parts of the development area. I can't see any way that a reserved matters application would come forward that would go against that. And I believe that's one of the strongest components of this development and results in a positive element. I also believe that the arrangement of the development blocks, and it's important to understand that we're talking about 100 up to 140 units here. And so I think that within that number, it's inevitable that they're going to broadly follow those parcels configurations.
Yeah, broadly follow. I mean, it's realistic. It's not fair to criticise the council for having underrepresented or disregarded positive placemaking aspects when the ultimate form that the placemaking of the scheme will take isn't known yet and hasn't been worked up.
Well, I would just repeat,
Please, can you answer the question before you repeat whatever it is you want to repeat? It's not fair to criticise the council, but you say significantly underrepresenting and disregarding positive placemaking aspects of the scheme, like disposition of the open space and the arrangement of the development blocks, when we don't know. I know you say it's likely, but we don't know what the disposition of the blocks will be. So it's not fair to criticise the council for having disregarded those when they're not even known to us yet, are they?
well,
It's not fair, is it?
I think it is fair, yes, because in the context of the application that's been submitted, my experience, and you would expect the council to evaluate the outline application and the DAS that has been submitted with that, and determine which bits of the scheme that they think are working positively and which bits that they think are not working, and set those out. And I think it's unrealistic or it's not fair to suggest that they are just negative aspects about this scheme. My view is the complete opposite. I believe that there are very sound principles.
But if the council had done what you suggest it should have done, or I don't know, spent more time looking at the illustrative master plan and expressing a view on whether it was acceptable or not, and if the council had come back and said, we don't like the layout of the housing, we think the houses should be disposed differently, or the open space should be over there, your client on appeal would be saying, well, that's not something for the council to express a view on at outline stage, wouldn't it?
My experience is that councils will comment on a design and access statement at an outline stage because it's a fundamental part of determining whether the design will result in good placemaking.
Just picking up something that was raised in evidence in chief. Final question, I think. It's not part of the appellant's case that the council, when we have regard to its internal officers and the independent witnesses that it's fielding at this inquiry, when we have regard to those resources together, it's not part of the appellant's case that the council doesn't have the necessary expertise to assess the point about the settlement pattern, is it?
You're talking about the council as a whole.
Mm.
Yeah, I believe they do have that. Please.
But thank you very much, Mr. Burton. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions in cross-examination.
Sergeant, thank you very much indeed. Give me a little catch up on where I am. Yes, I mean, my questions are often around just understanding the language that's being used in proofs that are being put to me, sometimes picking up on concerns that come from interested parties, sometimes just wanting to be sure I've understood what's being said. You said Bramley is unique in your proof. I'm interested in what you thought you meant by unique.
And so what I meant by that, sir, is that you may look at a settlement and it easily slots into a settlement pattern, say nucleated or linear, and it's kind of easily to define in that context. When I've looked at the growth of Bramley, and I do set that out in my proof, how it starts off as being these nucleated areas, and that they expand along the historic routes and then expand outwards either side of those. That's quite a unique way of growing, and it's resulted in a particular development form, I believe. I mean, obviously, it's true to say that any settlement is unique in terms of characteristics, etc. But just in terms of the settlement pattern, it has a very particular and unique form.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, and one of the conclusions you reach is that, let me just get the wording right. It's a sinuous band of development.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I suppose when you talk about linear, you tend to think straight and narrow. And actually, if you look at now that's not to say that you can't have linear if the road is curving. There are examples of that. But actually, the historic routes, if you look at them, they're not straight. They're actually kind of on a curve and sinuous. And then because growth has gone out either side of that, that has kind of resulted in this kind of sinuous block of development that works its way right through.
So sinuous is linear curved, or is it?
I don't believe family is linear. I don't believe that's a correct term. It's very misleading. I would call it sinuous and ununiform in terms of the way that the development sits either side of it, but there are broad parameters in terms of the depth of development.
Picking up on the point that the interested parties had raised, that they've seen most recently up to 350 houses added to the housing stock in Bramley, which has pushed it. I think the description that the council said that's going to push it, along with this, beyond the boundaries of being a village, rural village. You refer back to your design, admittedly in illustrative form, but a design that you think will come forward being typical of a rural village. I just want to combine those two sort of questions and see if you've got a response to the interested parties concerned that this, along with I guess it's a kind of straw that breaks the camel's back principle for interested parties, the way I heard it, that this in combination with the other applications that have been granted and some built out is going to break the camel's back of the village character.
Yes, well, I suppose I'd perhaps raise 3 points. The first is that, I mean, sometimes you look at an extension in the village and it's kind of doubling the size or completely altering the village structure and pattern. My view is that the scale of development proposal, when compared to the overall development area, and I think that was expressed in terms of household numbers, etc., and percentages, it's not going to be the thing that breaks the camel's back because it's proportional to other neighbourhoods. And then the other thing is that I do believe that it is resulting in a logical tension on that western edge. And interestingly, I think the open space then is creating a very clear definition of that western edge. It can't extend into that open space. And therefore, it's creating a outward-looking, strong settlement edge along that side of Bramley, which I believe is not inappropriate when you compare it to the rest of the village. And at 140 homes, it will create a new neighbourhood that obviously is proportionate in terms of numbers compared to the wider village, and is also, offering community benefits, etc., which will become part of the wider village network.
There is a bit of an overlap, apologies, with Mr. Smith's answers that he gave around the settlement edge, but you've referred to it, the existing settlement edge. You've referred to it again, and in your proof you refer at 3.14 to your view that it is not coherent or attractive, the current settlement edge.
Yeah, so in the area that again, so when you go to site, you'll walk along that. But in the section that is roughly in the middle of where the new housing parcels are proposed,
yep,
you can see that there's quite a few modern houses running along that edge, and in certain instances, the boundaries have, I think, come down, and there's new fences put up, and you've got paraphernalia in the back. It's the idea of back of housing developments. I mean, I think we're all familiar when we drive around the country and you see a new settlement edge that's backing onto the countryside. Often it's a really abrupt, horrible configuration. Now, I'm not suggesting that in any way this settlement edge is like that, but it has certain aspects of that. And so I think when you compare it then to what's being proposed, I think there are some advantages with that new outward-looking development edge that is positively responding to the generous green space that sits beyond it.
Thank you very much. You also, in your answers, referred again to the density of 6.5 dwellings per hectare. Again, I think I'm acting for the interested parties who would argue there is such an extensive area of open space that that's perhaps disingenuous in terms of understanding what the layout of housing would be. Your view on the sort of densities, they are only proposed, they're not fixed, but I've seen some figures, not in your proof, I think in another proof, as to what the net densities are.
24.
I think. Could be Mr. Smith.
24 point something dwellings per hectare.
25. Just your view on the difference between those and the acceptability of that, rather than taking that 6.5, the 24.
Yes, no, I mean, because there is so much open space, when you're talking about gross development area, it is a very low figure, and that doesn't really give you an indication of maybe how the settlement pattern will look like. But in the neighbourhood plan, they've helpfully set out these kind of broad density bands.
Yeah.
But I think it's important to understand that those density bands are based on gross, not net, and therefore they do include areas of open space. So I think I can't recall, but in my proof, I think it's something between 17 and 25 dwellings per hectare in terms of those bands. Now the 24 figure is a net figure.
Yeah.
And therefore that's not including the associated open space. Basically, there's an MPPG3 old definition that sets out what that was, and it's the development area and associated primary infrastructure. But it doesn't include that strategic open space. So in some respects, you might say that actually the density is somewhere between those two figures of 24 and 6.5 if you wanted to make a comparison with the neighbourhood plan gross figure.
Thank you very much. Have you had involvement from an urban design point of view with the other schemes that we've had referred to associated with this applicant appellant, such as Station Road? Were you involved in that scheme?
No, I don't believe I have been involved with any other.
Well, I would hope you'd know if you've been involved.
Well, no, I know I haven't been involved with the Station Road, but you said the other schemes, and I'm not sure that I've necessarily seen. I'm pretty sure that I haven't.
Referred to, and the one that comes to mind is Station Road. It was an open question. Don't worry. Sorry, I don't criticise you because you weren't the one who was paid to be involved in that one. Okay, thank you. It's around, for me, something expressed by the interested parties, also reflected in the council's proof, that notwithstanding all the positive wording in DAS, etc., this can only end up as being a stock housing estate. Mm-hmm. And I've had your answers to both in chief and cross-exam points that you think it goes beyond that. I'm just wondering if there's anything you wanted to add for me on that. What guarantees are there in the process from your point of view that this won't, for whatever value engineering drivers that there may be in the longer term over reserve matters, that this won't be a stock housing development? I think for me, set aside the open space. I know it is fundamentally part of the scheme, but for anyone experiencing the new housing, they experience it as they walk in the access road.
Yeah.
And they might have some vistas out to the open space, and there might be, and I'm sure I'll hear plenty of arguments of the benefits of the open space. I'm asking you about the houses.
Okay. So I think, I sometimes think of kind of delivering good design is a bit of a relay race. You've got processes along the way, and if any one bit falls down, then it will be affected. But I believe that the stage we're at, in terms of the urban form arrangement, the DAS, and the illustrative layout within that, is setting out some really strong principles. It's explicit that the proposals should reflect the local vernacular and materials. It's explicit that the informal open space within the development area should kind of flow through it. And also, I think it's suggesting that we're not looking at a stock housing development here. We're looking at something that incorporates landmarks, buildings, marker buildings, and typologies that are reflecting the local area in terms of barns, etc. And I ran through those two visualizations within the DAS. And I think if you look at that, I don't see a stock housing development. I don't know if you want to have a look again, sir.
No, I can.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
Well, what I see there is actually a development that is picking up on traditional building forms and materials, but adopting a slightly contemporary approach in terms of the fenestration, which I think is often a very successful way of delivering these types of housing developments, and is incorporating bespoke detailing, such as landmark buildings, that will set it aside from the standard product that you might see rolled out across the country. Now, I completely accept that the actual delivery of that comes through the reserved matters application, but I believe this provides a really strong kind of launching pad, so to speak, to allow that quality to be delivered as part of the next stage.
Mr. Burton, thank you very much. Mr. Pan, did you have any re-exam?
Handful.
A whole handful.
Or maybe even half a handful. Mr. Burton, do you know if the provision of a statement in the context of an outline application is optional or mandatory?
I believe it to be mandatory.
What, if it is mandatory, what do you see as the purpose of the mandatory provision of a design access statement at that stage? Why is there that requirement?
Well, I've made one reference within the design, the National Design Code, is that it's fundamental in understanding whether or not the scheme will relate to its context. And I think that's particularly important in this case. But it is also setting out the principles of good placemaking, those elements that are set out within the National Design Guide in terms of built form, landscaping, materiality, community facilities, etc. And I think it would be impossible to make an informed decision about whether an outline is appropriate without actually setting out those design intents. And I mean, as I said, every application that I've been involved with has always submitted a design and access statement. It does make it very clear that the scope of it should reflect the complexity of the scheme. So in certain instances, it might be smaller, but I would say it's an essential element of it.
If outline permission is granted on the basis of a DAS that is obligatory, it has to be provided. If outline permission is granted on the basis of what's said in the DAS, the prospect is that at the reserved matters stage, the DAS can in fact be torn up and ignored altogether.
Well, I mean, I'm personally involved with lots of schemes where we have to submit reserved matters applications, and we're often taken back to the DAS and the guidance in there, and that standard kind of practice. So my view is it's extremely unlikely in terms of tearing it up. I think it's extremely unlikely.
No, it was put to you the council couldn't, strictly speaking, assist upon the illustrative scheme or particular form of development of the reserved matter stage because there's a right of appeal. Now, if the council did insist upon a particular thing or feature, particular vision, and on that basis refused reserved matters, and the applicant appealed to an independent planning inspector, if the independent inspector considered the council position was justified would he or she allow the appeal or dismiss the appeal if they thought the council's position was justified?
They would allow the appeal, I assume.
If they thought the council's position was justified.
It's all right, your question became quite a long one to get
Sorry,
to
repeat.
track of the logic.
Yes.
Yeah.
You asked some questions about paragraph 134 of the framework. I don't know if you have access to paragraph 134. I know you quote it in your proof or you apply it in your proof, but not perhaps get it up and just take about a minute on the internet. It's in the core documents somewhere. It's page 40 of the PDF version of the framework.
It is possible that the MPPF is not. If you just bear with me, sorry, my
I
computer.
don't actually know whether it's in the. It's not a core document. I think. No. On the basis that everyone has access to a copy or has their own dog-eared copy. And obviously, if at any stage I ask you a question that you think strays into planning, you just say. But as you ask some questions about 134, I want to get your help on one point.
Apologies, my computer.
Okay.
I am there. I'm just getting to 134.
There's page 40 of the PDF. A shock move is the same as the hard copy pagination. Very unusual.
Yep, I'm there now.
So you asked questions about to what extent it's really applied, given it's an outline application. Is there any indication there that paragraph 134 doesn't apply to outline applications?
I'm going. Sorry, my computer jumped. It's because I'm online.
Well, but take a moment. It's only 5 lines plus 2 bullets long. Just have a quick read through and then we'll pick up the question.
Any suggestion? So the question is there any suggestion there? This doesn't apply to outline applications and is only applicable at reserve matters stage or full applications.
No.
Now, if an outline application sets a framework which enables high quality design in the terms referred to in 134 to be secured at the subsequent reserve matters stage, if the outline application sets that framework, what is the judgment should be made as to whether or not the application complies or doesn't comply with 134?
Well, I would say the judgment would be that it does.
Thank you. So there's the questions of re-examination.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Banner. Mr. Burton, thank you very much for your time. You may stand down. Right, we're in interesting timings because of our little break this morning, aren't we? I think definitely we should take a short break, but let me just find my programme. Building up, even leave it to paper just about. I wanted to remind myself how long Mr. Hickey might be in. There we go. Is it an option to take yes, we can still take tea comfortably before lunch if we take a 10-minute break. So I suggest we take a break, come back for 25-2, please, if that's enough for everyone, and then we'll pick up with Dr. Hickey's. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Yes, you are now.
If you want to, Jeremy, that's the real question.
Get myself.
Welcome back. Yes, I think we can say we've reached the end of the evidence around landscape and design. Moving on to presentation of evidence on heritage matters, and we're welcoming back Dr. Hickey to that. It's a very short break. I'll just quickly check whether there's anything that's raised its head that we'll pick up on before I ask Ms. Sargent to pick up on the first witness on this matter.
Hello again, Dr. Hickey. Could we take up your proof of evidence on heritage matters, please? And at paragraph 1.1, you tell us that in addition to the role you outlined in your landscape, if you're principal consultant at Heritage Matters, a heritage consultancy, and a registered IHBCHES PR practice. At 1.3, you tell us you're a national expert in the field of heritage management and planning, regularly expert heritage and landscape witness planning inquiries and High Court cases. You're formerly Assistant Regional Director of English Heritage, now of course Historic England, where you led a team of historic building inspectors, historic area advisors and 81 inspectors, providing expert advice across the region, including providing expert advice and training for all the local authority conservation officers within that region. You've set out how you advise the Secretary of State in relation to call-in on heritage matters. And you're now the Managing Director and the Principal Consultant of your consultancy. Is all of that still accurate?
It is.
And I think when we see at 1.2, you explain that you prepared your evidence in accordance with your professional institution. I saw from your Appendix 1 you're a member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation.
Yeah.
To get our bearings in terms of the issues under debate in heritage terms, if we go to page 4, where you have set out the 2 reasons for refusal, instant reasons for refusal, I should say. On heritage, we can see the first one, reason for refusal 2, refers to the Church of St James, Stocks Farmhouse, Middle Farmhouse, and the surrounding non-designated heritage assets, and then reason for refusal 3 refers to the Bramley Conservation Area. So if we discuss, first of all, your approach, because it's common ground between us all that we're dealing with impacts on the settings of the assets rather than the assets themselves. So could we go to page 10 of your brief, please? And we can see that you've set out here in your box 1 the Historic England explanation of settings that refers to the National Planning Policy Framework, and then you refer at 3.5 to core document 5.10, which is the Historic England guidance, and the steps there. So can you just summarise, please, what you consider the significance of the Historic England guidance to be in terms of defining the setting of an asset?
Yes, the Historic England Guidelines usefully provides us with an overview, which is it's that area, and it can change over time, but it's that area where it is the site is experienced, and that does not mean to say it requires to be viewed from that, and it does not require public access to actually experience that, because future generations can possibly enjoy that. That will change over time. So the area of the setting is where it is experienced, and that area that actually contributes to the character of the heritage asset. So for each of these, what I did was actually map out, after walking around on the ground, the area that I thought was, in my professional opinion, was the heritage setting, and any major change within these settings would have an adverse effect on the heritage significance of that. So that's part of the test. If something changed in this field, in this area, would it have an effect? That's a test of, yes, obviously that's clear, the setting. A test of somewhere outside of where I put that is, well, if it change here, would that actually have an adverse effect?
So let's just look at where in your proof you then have explained what you understand and define as the setting of the assets in question. So page 11, please.
Yes, so
Figure 3, could you explain or summarise, because it's explained, but summarise what this figure is showing us, please, and explain how you arrived at it.
yes, so the figure there, what I have is starting with I superimposed the site on top of that just as background information, and then took the church, and then what is the area? Asked myself, what is the area? Walked around the area, then thought through, well, what are the key? What's that zone of which, if anything was within here, it would adversely affect, and more importantly, if I am within this zone, am I able to experience that? Am I able to understand that? That doesn't mean to say I can see it, but I understand it's part of this relates to the church in terms of that spirit of the church. So from that, I mapped out, and in this case, on the conservation plan, I've got the sort of northeastern boundaries of that, and the southern and western areas would go off the page, but are not relevant to our discussions today.
Thank you. And then the same exercise, please, for the next page, which is where you deal with Middle Farmhouse.
Can I just say, sorry, coming back to this particular, apologies, that the church can be seen, the glimpses of the church can be seen tower from the Brenda Park away, but I've not included that top end of the site because I felt it was sort of further outside where it's actually experienced. But obviously, in terms of views, that is important view within the neighbourhood plan process. Sorry, I do apologise.
No, not at all. It's your evidence. If that's everything you want to tell us about the church for now, the next page, Middle Farmhouse, and again, how you approached identifying the setting for that asset, please.
Right. In terms, I do need to make so in terms of this was the middle farmhouse, which earlier in the 19th century was also known as Church Farm at that point in time. But what I've done is pick up that area of farmland around the church. Sorry, not the church. Middle Farmhouse, which provides and influences provides the rural character, contributes to the historic significance. So what we've got is the actual building. Obviously, there is historic significance in terms of the building itself, its fabric, its historic connotations. But obviously, the clue is in the name. It's a farmhouse. It's related to a farm, and the fields surrounding that are related to it and provide part of its historic significance. And in the case of Middle Farmhouse, we've got it. It's the bottom, from my professional opinion, was it's that most southern field. It extends into there. That influences that part of the site to the north does not contribute to the actual setting of this particular heritage asset.
Thank you. And then Stocks Farmhouse, it's shown in your figure 6. So can you please explain your reasoning behind figure 6?
So what we have here is the Stocks Farmhouse, and I picked up the fields. So related to around that, we've got the farmstead itself, and we've got the granary, the listed granary across the road. So it's relating there. So that's part of the setting on that side, and then the farmer's cottage is related on the other side of the road that we've got listed, and then the fields themselves extending out. In this case, what I've done is taken the top 3 fields in terms of the site are, in my professional opinion, are the key fields in terms of the setting there that influence and contribute to the heritage significance of this building being a farm within a rural context, and that it is its historic context in terms of the link to the rural landscape.
Thank you. And then if we turn through to page 17, please.
17. Right.
Figure 9, we can see is labelled map of extent of heritage setting of conservation area. Black dotted line indicates boundary of setting of conservation area. So you explain what figure 9 is showing and why you've presented it in the way that you have.
Right, what I've done here, we have a conservation area in a rural setting. So I've picked up there so in terms of that, we must actually include, so the setting must include an element of rural there that contributes to the rural setting. So I've looked at the fields, and also asked myself the question, well, if anything happened there was a change from a rural field in these areas, would it adversely affect the significance of this and how we and future generations perceive the conservation area? So that's where I've picked up the dotted line, and then what I've done is extended out to Stocks Farm. So what we've got is the street historically, although not only part of the street is part of the conservation area. The setting of that element of the street is actually going up to the historic other farmstead. So we've got something around the church, we've got Middle Farm, and then we've got Allen's, and then we've got Stocks Farm, farmhouse further up the street.
Thank you. And then page 19, please.
Page 19, yes.
Yeah, 19, figure 11. What's this showing, please, and how you arrived at it?
Right. What I've done is the Historic England guidance suggests that we actually look at the cumulative. If there's more than one, we can actually look at those in layers. And that's what I've done on here, layered on all the different individual settings that I've previously gone through. And actually this shows that actually the site, the boundaries of the boundary of the site is actually covered by at least one of all those settings. So and certainly all the settings for the heritage assets, which are nationally designated. So therefore, the whole of the site, in some form or other, are related to one or two of the heritage assets, relates to the national designation, and then we've got the conservation area over and above that as well, which obviously is not a designation, but obviously a local authority designation.
Thank you. Moving on then towards what you have to say about the effects of the scheme, and just picking up first on your methodology. Can we go forward and move a couple of pages to page 24?
Yes.
We can see we have a table 1 which says matrix showing evaluation of heritage value against magnitude of field change based on Infamous 2011 and IHBC approved British Standards 7930 and 2013 guidance. There's two things referred to there, the British Standard. And then at 5.2, say the evaluations follow the standard IHBC methodology. How do those things relate to each other, please?
Yes, right. So if I pick up the last element of that, the standard IHBC methodology is based on that the approved guidance system within the British Standard. Before working for Historic England or English Heritage as it was, as Assistant Regional Director, I was Head of Environmental Impact Assessments at the Environment Agency, and developed and researched assessment processes across the world and pulled together the best practice in terms of assessment as part of that. So using my background of actually looking at what have we got out there, before sort of 2030, we really didn't have any clear guidance on this. So looking from the ICOMOS, what we had there was the principles I picked up, accepting that ICOMOS is for World Heritage Sites, but it's the principles that they had as part of that process that I then used and encapsulated and brought over to my methodology, which then on the following pages, in terms of the value of grading, I started using their wording as part of that. So it's not word for word they've got, because theirs relates to World Heritage Sites, but it was relating their principles and their procedures of heritage impact assessments to the system that we've got here with the MPPF and the conservation areas and historic buildings, and picking out that it's the buildings and the structures in terms of that, and the evidence related to that, architectural features, and then also the settings as part of that. And then the IHBC, in terms of their methodology, which is actually based on the ICOMOS tables as well as that, which is similar to the table I have, the matrix I have here on 321, which I have developed over the years, which initially, as you will see, it was the beneficial element is not there in the IHBC. If you would like me to.
Sorry, Dr. Hickey, which are we still on table one?
Table one.
Beneficial.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
And what were you going to compare it with?
I do apologise. So if we move, sir, to page 19 of the.
This is an inquiry document, I think.
Yes, it is. So it's a core document 516.
Sorry, what's the title of the document?
Guide to that's the British Standard.
Okay.
So I'm picking.
That's not the full document, but anyway. So
I think it was interesting with this document too as well. Yeah.
Oh, I do apologise. This one I picked up from there says core document 16.
Maybe it was already there.
So I do apologise. So, but as we can see, it's virtually very similar in terms of that. And what I have done then, sir, is the green and the grey. The green I've added in that beneficial, because actually finding in practice, this is plotting in terms of the value and the impact and the change in terms of that. To actually look at that, we needed to add that in. So it's something that's developed from one is my background experience as in the environmental impact assessment on assessment processes, and then bringing that expertise and pulling out what we've got in the heritage environment for international guidance and national guidance as part of this.
Right, thank you. That's table one. I think we've slightly touched already on tables 2 and 3 on the next page 22.
Yes.
We can see you explaining that they are based on the ICOMOS 2011 guidance. Is there anything else you want to add in terms of how you those?
No, as I say, they're based on the principles of some of the wording of and use that, but I clearly accept that they are not in any of those previous documents that I've talked about. But it's picking up the principles of those to make them relevant to what we need to use today in that sense.
And table 4, we can see heritage impact definitions based on ICOMOS 2011 PDF 2011 guidance. So what are you undertaking in this table, and why do you say that's appropriate?
Right. What we've got is the results from the significance will give us an answer, which if I just sort of take the example of in the purple, which is moderate to large, what does that mean in MPF terms? What I've done here, so is picked out to actually, and we have the lesser substantial, as you will be aware, sir. And nowadays we talk about a spectrum, whereas sort of 2-3 years prior to that, we weren't talking about a spectrum, but that's the standard. So what I've done there is picked up the spectrum of the very lower range, which I've got neutral slight, up to the purple there, sir, with the top end of less than substantial, and then anything above that is there in the substantial harm range that we talk about in MPPF terms. So it's actually, when we get to those figures, well, it actually gives us looking at the heritage value or magnitude of that impacted change. Well, then what have we got in terms of significance, and then relating it back into our MPPF terms of the spectrum of less than substantial, or in those few cases where something is actually knocked down. And we lose fabric into the substantial harm.
And to what extent, Dr. Hickey, in terms of the methodology that's set out across pages 21 to 23, to what extent have you successfully relied on this methodology in appeals previously? So just as an example, sir, I was at appeal at Droitwich on a very similar number of houses, land north of Droitwich, and have used this methodology, and have used this in High Court cases, sir, and other appeals prior to that. Let's go to then table 5, which is where you tabulate your assessment in relation to each of the assets mentioned in the reasons for refusal in turn. We can see that row A deals with the church. So could you just, I know for the benefit of those listening in who might not have seen the detail of this, could you just summarise the reasoning of your assessment, please?
Well, in the grade 1 Church of St James, which is obviously the highest grade nationally, what we've got here is that I've valued the heritage significance of the value of the site is that the setting of the site directly contributes to the national significance of this designated site in terms of it being a country church within this setting related to the families, historic families, etc. So therefore that comes out in terms of value as high. Moving across with the works and the working through the impact assessment on that, with the loss of open countryside to what we discussed before, sort of to country park and the urban elements of that and domestic paraphernalia. This gives what I've assessed to be minor change, a minor impact, i.e. that's part of the definition there, is a change the setting such that it will be noticeably modified. So the setting will be noticeably modified. It won't be open fields. It won't be farmed fields. But not so that the heritage significance of the whole is significantly modified, which I felt was a sensible place and with a sense check appears to be right. So going back through my matrix, the high and the minor gives us slight moderate impact, significance of that impact, which falls in the middle range of less than substantial harm.
Thank you. And the same exercise, please, in relation to Millon Farmhouse.
Right. So in terms of that, the actual of value in that, I assess that to be of medium value, with the layout and the settings, that the setting of the farmhouse is related to the fields, and the change of the fields from their current farmland form to public open space is a change, and I assess that further on. So the value of that, the contribution of that to the setting, I value to be medium, because it contributes to it. And the impact of that, again, it's a change to the setting, such as a noticeably modified. So it's moving from farmland to public open space. And I see that as a minor change, because in terms of how people read that and understand that in relation to the farmhouse and the farmstead. But it will not be a change that the heritage significance of the whole is significantly modified. When we look at these two together, it does give us, and I apologise, sir, I did make a mistake in there. This is comes out as slight as opposed to slight moderate, and I do apologise in that, sir. So this then gives us that rather than in the middle of the range, it gives us a lower range of less than substantial, which, as part of a sense check, is yes, that's a sensible place for it to be, and it will be appropriate.
Thank you. Stocks Farmhouse is the next one, please.
Right, Stocks Farmhouse, which is the farmhouse and the farmstead are right on the edge of the site there. And so in terms of the value of this setting here, the setting does contribute directly to the national heritage significance of the designated asset. For example, in grade 2. So the key thing there, the clue again is in the name. It's a farmhouse. It's related there. When it was listed in 1984, it was a working farm. But even though things have changed over the years, it's still the remaining key thing is that the agricultural fields that related to it, or people now perceive to be related to that, are still there and have remained unchanged. That's one of perhaps the key things that haven't changed, the actual land use, the farmland use within that area. So in terms of the value, that clearly comes in the range of medium. And looking down over the page to 27 to the impact in terms of that, the change will be a loss of the open countryside. In this case, we've got the built form, domestic paraphernalia, etc. And so this will be quite a comprehensive and significant adverse change in the setting. And so there, in terms of the definition of the impact, I've assessed to be moderate, which is a change to the sense that it is significantly modified. So the setting is significantly modified. So that's clearly correct there. And then we go back to the table, medium value, impact moderate, gives us a moderate significance impact, which in terms of the definition gives us at the upper end of the range of less than substantial harm here as part of that process. So in NPPF terms, it's at the upper middle end of that.
Thank you. I noticed, Dr. Hickey, and I suspect the inspector might have picked up on this as well. We can find in your proof, obviously, there's a reference there to the upper end of less than substantial harm, and that's repeated at 214, 614, but at 2.5 and 6.7, reference to upper mid-range. So could you just clarify how we understand that, please?
That is, I apologise for that. It's the upper end of the range of this, as opposed to the.
Thank you. And then the last one in terms of designated heritage assets in the table is the conservation area.
So that's the Bramley Conservation Area, yes. So in terms of the value, how do these fields relate to that? And I've assessed that to be medium assessment there. So where the open fields, upon which the site is proposed, is an important feature, which it does contribute as part of that, which we've talked about the setting of that. So any change within that is going to be an important feature of the assessment process. So therefore, initially the baseline is the value is it's of medium value in terms of this process, and then looking across to the impact of that change. So we've got the loss of the open countryside, we've got the new housing there. So this, in terms of a change of the setting, again, I assess that to be a minor change because it's a change to the setting such that it's noticeably modified. We can notice that it's not the same as it was before, but it not so much as the heritage significance of the whole is significantly modified. So it comes in as minors there. And then again, with media and minor, I do apologise against, this is where medium and minor, I should have highlighted there, it's slight as opposed to slight moderate. I do apologise. So this comes in the lower range of the less than substantial harm, and a sense check says yes, that's where it should be.
Thank you. And then the last entry is the non-designated heritage assets. So you identify the relevant ones as Schoolhouse and Old Schoolhouse, buildings in the Kirkford Middle Farm, Hillside and Oak Cottage. And you've shown where they are earlier on in your proof at page...
It's probably 16?
It's 18, actually.
Oh, sorry, 18.
Page number 16.
Oh, yes, apologise. Yeah, that's a better one, 18.
So, yeah, just to summarise, please, your assessment.
Yes, so it's starting off there, we can see that those buildings that are notable buildings highlighted with it correctly within the neighbourhood plan, the conservation area as part of that. So looking at that in terms of what the value they are, I've identified that as low values in terms of the relationship of how important it is the value of the field as part of this and the setting. But this was picked up as low value as part of that. And then the actual impact of that change in relation to that, again, a minor change that the setting as part of these there would be some changing the setting there, but it is minor change in terms of that the field alter the rural context of this, the open countryside that is just within either they can physically see or within the setting, as we said, in coming back, that non-designated assets do have a setting as well as designated assets. So it's where those are experienced in terms of that. So that is noticeably modified, but not so that heritage significance of these assets are modified. So again, that appears to be, that was my professional opinion. And therefore, when we look at those two on the table, we get a neutral slight. So it's the very lower end of the less than substantial harm. And that's with a quick sense check, yes, that's makes sense in terms of heritage assessment and the impact of that.
Thank you. So just if we could go find a reference. Yeah, if we look at your conclusion, actually, in paragraph 6.14, 6.4.
Yes.
We can say you're explaining to begin with the alteration of paragraph 202 and 199 of the NPPF, and then you set out the summary of the level of less than substantial harm that you contend for.
Yes.
And we've heard the two corrections that you've made in
Yes.
relation to middle farmhouse and the conservation area. It should say low end of the less than substantial range. Standing back from the detail of the analysis, to what extent does your conclusion in relation to the reason for refusal alter if we take the amended conclusions of low levels of less than substantial harm?
There's no change at all, because actually the key ones in terms of that, and especially is the Stocks Farm. And the church as well in terms of that. So and the conservation area. So when we look at them all, overall, we can see we do have a serious element of less than substantial harm to this, and that's important within the planning decision process to be taken as part of the planning balance.
Thank you. Could we turn up then Ms Stoughton's proof of evidence and go to her paragraph 2.34?
$34. Yes.
So this is where she's provided what she describes as the key issues and case summary. And we obviously know, we read into the documents, that there's a difference of opinion between you in relation to the church, where Ms Stoughton contends for no harm. Ignoring about that tomorrow. But what is your response in summary form to what Stoughton says in 234 in relation to the church, please?
The key thing there, I would suggest, is the lack of understanding of the setting of the church as where it is experienced. I mean, the halfway, well, third of the way down of that paragraph, the significant that asset is primarily the fabric of the building. Yes. She talks about the functionally associated church. Yes, fine. But then doesn't really go on to illustrate and understand. And this is one of the key things that I think in all the cases here, is that what she doesn't do is show us what she thinks the setting is in geographical terms, so that we can actually assess, do we think she's right? Do we think she's wrong in terms of that? And at the end, actually, she does there, even if the distance changeable view across the site was considered to contribute, this will not be blocked. But so even if, so she's actually clearly saying that no, the actual further elements further out do not. And the final sentence there, the intrinsic character of the site, i.e. farmland, does not contribute to the heritage significance of the asset. That's where I would absolutely disagree with in terms of that. I don't think that in this one and most and the others, really, she's got to the bottom of really what the historic heritage setting of these heritage assets is.
Thank you. And then the next paragraph is addressing Middle Farmhouse. Your summary response to that, please.
Well, she makes a big thing about it. It clearly designed to face onto the side of the street. Yeah, yes, fine, okay, that's the building. But what's its setting in its wider heritage context? And that is the fields, the farmstead around it that can be converted, and the fields there. So, and that's where she actually, again, makes very little of the actual things and focuses on the built form again and again and again in the proof.
And then anything to add in relation to 236, which is dealing with the conservation area?
One of the conservation area there, again, really focusing on the just looking at the boundary of that, and then looking at the built form within that, and not actually thinking through, and actually not actually mapping. Well, what will the setting of this be? What will happen if something changed within this setting, which is a very simple way of testing the setting? Does it make any difference? Again, she doesn't really tell us what she thinks the setting of this area is.
Thank you. And then Stocks Farmhouse at 237, please. Your response to what's said there in summary.
So Stocks Farmhouse, yes. So it was listed as a working farm in 1984. In terms of her explanation and over the page, whilst the character of the agricultural land would change, well, she accepts there's agricultural land there and it's related, and that's good. She's picking that up, but she's not actually identifying the significance of that and the direct contribution, the heritage significance of the farm. She talks about the buildings and those being retained, and again, as I say, that I feel she's downplaying the wider historic setting, the historic setting of this heritage asset.
And then non-designated heritage assets, summarised to. 239. If the buildings in the vicinity of the farmhouses are considered to be non-designated heritage assets in their own right, the proposed development would cause very minor harm to them at most. To what extent actually is there a disagreement between you and Mr.
I think we agree wholeheartedly.
Thank you. So, having reviewed Ms. Stoughton's evidence, to what extent have your views in relation to the impact on heritage significance that the scheme would have evolved at all, Dr. Hickey?
None. I still stand by my proof that there's been. I see no reason to change my views or professional opinion.
Is there anything else you would like to add by way of evidence that we haven't covered?
The only other thing is just picking up on Stoughton's evidence at 240. She talks about that the proposed development will preserve the character and appearance of the part of the conservation area. I mean, that's obviously. I've talked about that in my that I don't think it will be preserved by this. That there will be adverse harm in terms of the character by the changing the setting. Just to make that clear.
So just to assist me on that one, there was an issue that arose about part of the conservation being either within the red line or not within the red line, and I was assuming when I read that was relative to that particular issue, but maybe not.
So there
is a small part of the conservation area within the red line.
Absolutely, yes. A few meters on that footpath.
Yes,
on the
very strangely capturing the
southern boundary that they decided to put that. So I'm saying, in terms of the character and appearance, it will change because at the moment it's open farmland and it will go to green public open.
All right, so there's agreement about the extent of conservation area.
I believe there's agreement about the extent of conservation area. Yes, I don't think there's any controversy about that.
Thank you.
So I'm just checking one point.
Of course.
Thank you, Dr. Hickey. Thank you. So that concludes the evidence in chief.
Sergeant, thank you very much. Mr. Brown, I know we've got certainly more cross-examination we'll be able to squeeze in before lunch. So I think what we'll have to do is find an appropriate.
Yes, absolutely.
Can as we approach the 1 o'clock to find a place to stop. But let me hand over to you for any cross-exam.
If the guests and you or Dr. Hickey get hungry, please let me know.
I will raise my eyes.
Indeed. Right, 12:20. Dr. Hickey, hello again. Could we take up your proof starting at page 11, please?
I have page 11.
Thank you. Now, the settings maps for the three listed buildings that you have on page 11 for the church, page 12 for Middle Farmhouse, and page 13 for Stocks. Those settings maps that you set out there, they're your interpretation as opposed to being Historic England or LPA official documents. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. That's what Historic England guidance requests that we do, is to actually work out, understand what that setting is, so that we can then ask ourselves the question, what will the effect of the proposed development be?
They don't have any official status as such.
No, that's so.
The Historic England guidance, we can turn it up if we have to, but you quote it, don't you? It's box 1 on page 10. Yes?
Yes.
It doesn't suggest, let alone mandate, that one draws the setting on a plan. Obviously, one has to understand it. It doesn't suggest it's depicted on a plan in the way that you do, does it?
I accept that. But obviously, in terms of assessment and for transparency, it is useful for the decision maker to understand where the assessor thinks that area is.
And the extent of the setting, and therefore on your approach, the extent of what is appropriate to shade in blue, is a litmus test for that. We're told by the Historic England guidance, again, the quote's on your page 10 of the box, the litmus test is it's the surroundings in which the heritage asset is experienced.
That is so, yes.
So if one is going to do the plotting of the setting in the way that you do, one needs to understand the extent over which the asset is experienced and where that stops, where the experience stops. That's right, isn't it?
Not necessarily. Well, yes.
Okay.
But that is one of the key things, as you will see in box 1, as it talks about the elements of a setting may make a positive or negative contribution to the significance of the asset. So that's one of the other things that we're actually doing. One is it's where it's experienced, but it also tells us that the extent of these settings are where it makes a negative, positive or negative contribution to that. So that's where people, that they can understand that makes a contribution.
So your blue shaded areas, are they intended to show the whole of the listed building setting or just the area of positive contribution?
The whole of that area, because there will be positive and negative. Yes.
Yes.
Right, absolutely.
So yes, well, quite exactly. So it's the whole of the area within which there'll be positive, negative.
This is a general.
First, I'll take it. Yes. The blue areas will show the whole extent of setting within which there will be parts that contribute positively, potentially parts that contribute negatively, and parts that are neutral. Yes.
Absolutely. You put what I was going to say very nicely there.
Okay. Now, we heard in your landscape evidence that your single visit to the site was 4 hours on the 13th of October, yes?
Yes, that's right.
After having accepted instructions.
Yes.
Council appeal. Now, help me with this. Given that the blue shaded areas are tended to show the surroundings in which these heritage assets are experienced.
Yes.
Can I take it, therefore, that on your site visit, you covered the whole of all of these blue areas in those 4 hours?
No, there is not that need in this assessment process, because actually what you're doing is identify where can those be experienced from. And part of that is an understanding from actually part of that ground survey is actually, well, where can you actually view it? But as we said, part of it is where can it be experienced? And as we've previously read, sir, where does it contribute to the heritage significance? So actually part of that does not necessarily necessitate that you have to go to every part of this part of the setting to actually be able to give a broad idea of where the setting is likely to be.
So you've let me just understand this. You've sought to plot the surroundings in which these heritage assets are experienced, but you haven't actually yourself experienced the heritage assets from.
That's right. Yes. As a professional, I am able to do that.
Right. Let's just drill down this a little bit further then. Let's take page 11, figure 3. My eyesight is still reasonably good, and as far as I can see on page 11, the I'll call it the northeastern boundary, the diagonal line that bisects the yellow view from Bender Park.
Yes.
You see what I'm talking about. The boundary, for want of a better word, of the setting on your plan seems to me to sort of bisect the hedge line, doesn't it? It goes.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
that's right. What I haven't done in this case, sir, is actually follow the detail of everyone. So I'm suggesting the edge of that, it will be that sort of area. And this is one of the things where...
Sort of, so just understand.
Absolutely.
It's a bit of a rough and ready as opposed to being precise.
I would certainly accept that on many cases, on some of the field boundaries it is, on others it isn't. So it's an area where this is like the area, the setting is going to be experienced. But there's a grey area, obviously, sir, as you will be aware, as how far out does that go in terms of some of these boundaries.
Yes, because I mean, it's a little strange, isn't it, that in relation to the church, the experience just to the right of the O'Dashers line seems to sort of include almost but not the whole of the field, because a little nib of the field is outside the setting, and then about 1 metre the far side of the hedge, but no further. It rather suggests it's a fairly crude exercise, isn't it?
I would suggest... Do you
agree? Fairly crude exercise. Can we have it asked that?
Yes, certainly. A crude exercise in terms of meters. Is it a meter here? Is it 5 meters there? I would accept. But as you can see, sir, on this, a meter here and there is actually giving us at least an idea of because one of the key things, as we've read early on the previous page, sir, is that it's these elements that contribute to the significance. So it's those fields that contribute to that, whether and other elements, as Mr. Ballard quite clearly says, that can have a negative contribution as part of this process. So it's identifying a zone of this rather than a detailed area.
But it's crude in at least 2 respects, isn't it? It's crude in geographical extent for the reasons we've agreed. And it's also crude because it doesn't tell us anything about how the blue area does or doesn't contribute to the heritage asset. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, in detail. It's giving us... No, absolutely. But what it's telling us is this is an area where it will be experienced. It's not going to the dearest. How that is experienced... it's not saying that these elements, as you quite rightly have said, Mr. Manor, there are some that are positive and negative. So as part of this zoning, I'm not highlighting as part of that. These are the really positive elements. These are the really negative.
You wouldn't know because you haven't experienced it yourself.
Well,
the area.
Not that. In many cases, I have in terms of this, but actually. You don't need to pick it up as part of this process.
Okay, so sorry to kind of labour this point, but it seems...
You should answer, please.
I thought you had, actually. Just tell me a little bit more about... Didn't see. I mean, in the 4 hours where you were dealing with landscape as well as heritage with Mr. Dawes in tow, where did you go? What did you actually see? What did you experience?
I went along the edge footpaths, and then went out along the Brenda Park Way, along the village, along the footpaths to the west of the church, into those fields along there. The other thing that, as we've got, that I also have the resources of Google, I have the aerial drone photographs as well. So I could see from those. I was drawing all that information in to actually my decision process of actually sitting back down in the office and saying, on a line, where's this zone going to be?
And did you go? But I've just done a little ring right here. I hope you can see that where the yellow line bisects.
I can't see that, Mr.
Sorry,
Bannon.
so where the yellow line crosses from brown into blue.
Yes.
See that? Have you stood?
No, because I didn't have to, because I could actually see that area from the aerial photograph.
Yes, but you couldn't understand the experience of the heritage asset from that area without being there, could you?
Yes.
Okay.
This is why we have professional heritage experts. Yes, you can do that. Yes, you can actually work that out. I would suggest a heritage professional who cannot do that is not quite experienced enough.
Why did you bother to go to see the site at all?
Sorry?
Why did you bother going to see the site at all then?
Oh, because I need to see the context and walk around. I don't have to see the whole site as part of this. Yes, I went to the church. Yes, I went around the details. For one thing, is actually technically I did not have the right of access to some of these places.
Did you ask for it?
I felt I didn't need it as part of this, because what we got was very good aerial photos in terms of Google historic photographs that we got. I'd got the drone footage, and in terms of looking at these aerials from my walk around, I felt I didn't need to access any other areas.
Is it right that Miss Stoughton invited you to do a joint site visit with him and you declined?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, we'll ask her about that then.
But I may have done. Yes. I apologise. I think yes, she did. Yes, and I declined. Quite happy. Yes.
Can you point to any historic England, DLUC, planning inspectorate or local authority document before this inquiry which depicts setting in this way that you've done with the blue shades? Is there anything before the inquiry you can say, well, it's been done in this way in a conservation appraisal or by Historic England? Can you point to any sort of...
Well, I'm a former historic...
You asked the question.
Region, yes. So, yes, I can.
Where?
Well, I've done it all over the UK, all over England anyway, and great parts of Wales as well.
That's not an answer to my question. I say, can you point to any Historic England, DLUC, PINS or LPA document before this inquiry which undertakes the exercise in this way?
No. That is because I'm the historic expert providing evidence, and I wouldn't expect to. I don't think the inspector would expect to see that.
I'm not going to speculate on what the inspector thinks, but can we go to page 17 of your proof? You do this similar exercise without the blue shading. It's a black dotted line this time in relation to the conservation area, yes?
Yes.
And again, that's your own construct. We do actually have a conservation area. It's not a character appraisal. It's conservation area appraisal. And that doesn't do this. That's correct, isn't it?
That is so, yes. However, it does just say does talk about the fields contributing to the conservation area.
No, you only include part of the setting on this map because it's sort of cut off. What would the full one look like? Are you able to provide that for us? Because that may be important in understanding proportionality of setting. Can you provide follow through your black dots? Something you could do for us over the weekend? Send in.
If you so wish.
Yes, I do.
No, sir, I don't think it's appropriate to request things in the middle of the inquiry.
It's quite commonplace. I'd like to understand.
No, it's not at all. If Mr. Banner wants to make submissions about our evidence being inadequate, he can do that in his submissions.
I want to test. So let's do it now then. Let's do it now.
But to assist with understanding evidence, further clarification is requested. It seems unusual to want to know what happens in an area that no party has raised has relevance.
It may be relevant to proportionality, because one of the things in relation to lessons, if this witness plots the extent of the conservation area setting on a very large scale, only a small amount is affected, that may be relevant to how on his analysis, in terms of proportionality, where in the scale of less than substantial harm.
Is Dr. Hickey then to be recalled because his oral evidence is happening today and he can't put a document in that he then doesn't get the opportunity to explain to use or?
Let's do it now then. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Let's do it now.
I was offered to ask the questions. We'll see where it takes us, but
How far south does it go?
I would suggest it probably goes, the maximum would be to the bottom of my page,
Right, okay. And then
opposed to the bottom of the diagram, and then across, and then
across, sorry, let's hold it. Across in a straight line or jagged line?
for the purposes of this exercise down here, without being able to see the field pattern to the right on here, it's basically, sir, as you would expect, basically the outline of the page.
And then
That sort of,
I see. So then you continue the back. So basically you continue the back lines to the end of the page each way, and then
that's right.
understood. That will do.
Would be
That will save you from
guiding
the homework requested.
I'm just to avoid and make sure there's no confusion there. Did I understand, Dr. Hickey said, but it would be dependent on the field pattern?
That is so, yes.
No, I struggle with that, to be honest, because it doesn't depend on the field patterns in the north, does it? Because if we look at it again, we have the black line, don't we, sort of skirting in various places. If you see there's a sort of, is it a road? I should probably know. If we start on the left-hand side of the page, so we're left-hand side of figure 9 here, see what I mean? It sort of goes along, is that a road or a path? And it goes one side of the road, there's a little strip south of the road, which is outside the conservation area. And then it crosses the field, doesn't it? And then it takes a right-hand turn and goes to the south of the hedge line. There's a little strip that's outside the conservation area, and then it crosses over the hedge and again skirts about a metre north of the hedge. So it doesn't respect field boundaries, does it?
It does in general, as you can see, along starting from there. Yes, it's going there and then picking a point across the field. Well, question: does it include the whole of that field, empty field? The field to the up here? No, there's a sensible line there that we've got coming across this field boundary here. So I've joined that to say this is the zone of which is the setting of. On the, as you can see, sir, on the other side, there are no clear boundaries, but I was sort of offsetting there to say this is the sort of area where, if it was a new housing estate or etc., you would start to ask the question: does this affect or not affect the conservation area?
Right.
And exactly the same to the south, but I mean, dependent upon, as I've mentioned, on those field patterns, logically it would be following those in a similar sort of fashion as to the north. So
that's a number of points. I mean, so you've defined the setting by asking yourself a litmus test: if there was a new housing estate here, would it or wouldn't it? That's not the approach the Historic England Corp. It's the area over which the assets experience. We'll just jump ahead and think about a potential housing estate. That's right, isn't it, Doctor?
If we read,
Dr. Hickey.
No, if we read the definition on page 10, sir. Okay, it clearly says the surroundings of a heritage asset experience. Its extent is not fixed, etc.
Yes.
Elements may affect the ability to appreciate the significance. And then it goes on to say about I think I've got the wrong one. I'm thinking may make a positive significance of the asset.
Gains a life of its own, though, Mr. Banner. Dr. Hickey in my note says, for example, a housing estate.
Yes, I'm just saying that would.
That's the lonely test to define a change in a.
It could be any others. So
you said it respects field. I mean, there's not actually a single field boundary. Is coterminous with it. It's in relation to every field to some degree or other. Crosses field boundaries, doesn't it? In relation to every field shown on here. That's right, isn't it?
Well, so I could have. I accept that. Well, the line is not exactly. I would accept coming in from the eastern side is not exactly on there. What I didn't do on my software was go into great detail of exactly. I was creating. This is the zone. So in exactly the same way, I could have sat down and spent an extra 5 minutes going around the jagged field line precisely, but it's to give the inspector and other decision makers and others reading this is the area, this is the zone where which we've got the setting of the area.
So this is another crude exercise.
No, it's not a crude exercise. It's giving us a zone within which to ask the question. Does any change within this area, this set area, the setting of the conservation area, will that adversely affect or not, or be neutral in terms of the character and change in character appearance?
And again, just one or two more questions on this. I mean, right on time, if one looks to the east of the street, where that dotted line heads roughly south, on your analysis in this drawing, there are at least two buildings, part of which are within the conservation area, part of which are not. That's right, isn't it?
So the setting of.
Setting of, sorry, forget setting of, yes.
Setting of.
So the front of the building is within the setting and the back is not.
I would expect that. I accept that, because what we've got down here is coming within, it's saying within that zone.
Yeah.
I think the inspector understands what.
And the setting includes, on your analysis, St James's Park is within the setting, isn't it? It's not actually plotted. There's quite a lot of recent developments not plotted on this map, isn't
No, that's because this map is from the original conservation area.
So no is in yes. So there's quite a lot of new development.
Accepting that, yes.
Yes, and that includes St James's Park.
Yes.
In the setting.
Yes.
Okay. We can surely agree that change within the setting of a heritage asset does not necessarily equate to harm to that asset.
Absolutely.
Right. Okay. Now let's look at your methodology. Could we go, please, to it starts at section 5 on page 21. Yes.
Yes.
And your analysis of where within the scale of less than substantial harm the effect of the development as you see it lies, that analysis is dependent upon your methodology, isn't it?
Yes.
The methodology is a essential part of your analysis. That's right.
Yes, that's correct.
And let's just explore how methodology operates then. So what it does, as I understand, we're going to need to kind of just jump between the tables, is it takes the magnitude of impact of change, and that's table 3 is your scale, and then heritage value, which is table 2, and then combine them through the matrix shown in table 1 to get a grading of significance. And then once one has the grading of significance through table 4, you translate that grading of significance into where within the scale from no harm to substantial harm through the range of less than substantial, where within that scale the effect is. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that is.
That's your essential methodology. Can we agree, because you mentioned that you drew, when preparing this methodology, you drew on your experience of EIA, testing the likely significant environmental effects of a development for the purpose of EIA is not the same thing as undertaking exercise the purposes of paragraphs 199 to 202 of the MPPF of where within the scale of substantial less than substantial harm lies. Not the same thing.
Not the same thing directly, but there are lots of transferable knowledge and experience as part of that.
Now, could we take up the framework, actually? We're going to need that too to test your methodology. So keep those pages of proof open and take up the MPPF.
Could I borrow a copy? That's the one thing I haven't.
Certainly.
MPPF.
Under the MPPF, steps are as follows, are they not? Where development may affect a heritage asset, a designated heritage asset. You work out whether it's substantial or less than substantial harm, if there is a harm at all. Interrupt me if I've got this wrong at any stage. And then one weighs that harm depending upon the value of the heritage asset, and just demonstrate that, for example, where the grading of harm is substantial harm, MPPF 200 tells us that should be exceptional. So there's an exceptional sort of circumstances test in relation to particular harms, grade 2, etc. And in relation to grade 1, if the value is grade 1 or 2 star, substantial harm should be wholly exceptional. So depending upon the value of the heritage asset, there's a different test. Yes?
Yes.
And obviously, if the value is, if it's a non-designated heritage...
No, should I say that? That's,
There, Dr.
apologies. Shall I say that's a planning test? That's not a heritage test.
It's a heritage-related planning test.
It's once you've got the value, or once you've got the significance, and once you worked out the impact, you can then take that test, accepting that if you're starting with a grade 1, 2 star, etc., it's wholly exceptional.
The point
that is a planning after you've actually gone through the heritage assessment process to say, what was that impact? What was the significance of that impact? In terms of the overall process, that's where the heritage specialist hands over to the planner and says, and the decision makers are saying, this is where we are, right, it's up to you now to take that information within the overall planning balance.
I agree. I agree that the balance is not for the heritage expert, which is why Historic England's consultation letter was wholly inappropriate. Because it wasn't appropriate, wasn't it? Because they did stray into that exercise. That's right, isn't it?
It's not up for me to comment on that.
Now, so let's just be very clear that under the framework guidance, stage 1 is to work out how much harm. And then stage 2 is that the approach to the balance depends upon the value of the heritage asset. That's right, isn't it?
Can you just repeat that?
So just to be very clear, so there's just substantial harm, less than substantial harm. If you've got substantial harm, the test is more demanding if it's grade 1 or 2 star compared to if it's grade 2. Yes,
yes, but that is a planning test and not a heritage test.
You're repeating that answer. And under 199, again, ditto. In undertaking the heritage balance where there's less than substantial harm. So under 202, where the test is the same, is they outweighed by public benefits. But in weighing the harm to the heritage asset versus the public benefits, 199 tells us the more important the asset, the greater weight should be given to its conservation. That's right, isn't it?
That is so, yes, as part of the planning test.
So in that balancing exercise, the value of the heritage asset is taken into account on one side of the scale, compared, so the greater the value, the greater weight given to the harm to it. Yes?
Only under,
99 says, well, the more important the asset, the greater weight to the conservation. So the greater the value of the heritage asset, the greater weight given to the identified harm to it. That's right, isn't it? That's how 199 works.
That's 111 in terms of it is correct as a planning test. As I repeat, it's not the heritage assessment test.
Sorry, you meant 199 rather than
199. I apologize, sir. Yeah, 199. It is the planning test and the planning process. It's not the heritage, because the heritage specialist assessment is providing you with the information and the planner to then and the decision makers to be able to look to that planning balance.
help me with this. So it's clear, isn't it, when one reads 199 and 200, that under the framework, the importance of the asset bears not on the assessment of harm, but on the test to be applied in considering that harm and the weight to be given to the asset's conservation in the context of that test. That's right.
That is correct in in terms of the planning balance, but not in the heritage assessment.
It would be double counting, wouldn't it? Also to consider the importance of the asset in determining the extent of the harm. That's right, isn't it?
Please, can you explain that? Because I don't understand.
So in considering, under the framework, in considering where within the scale, substantial, less than substantial being quite a big category to near zero, where within the scale the harm lies, if one was to take into account the importance or the value of the asset at that point, once you've worked out the level of harm, you then, in the balancing exercise, we've agreed under 199 and 200, you take into account the importance of the asset again in weighing the harm. You see what I mean? That would be double counting, wouldn't it?
Yes, that's what it asks us to do.
Where?
It's here. It says, when considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of that.
No.
The heritage, the significance of the impact, and that has already been assessed. And it is then, in terms of a planning, I would accept that it could be considered by some to be double counting in terms of this, but I don't.
Double count. I mean, let's take your approach. Let's be very clear. Your approach is that the level of harm is a product, amongst other things, of value or importance. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And then, having got a level of harm, the weight to be given to it depends upon the importance of the asset, yes? Under 199.
Yes.
And therefore, on your approach, one is double counting the importance of the asset, isn't one?
No, I don't think so, because what we've got is two separate. So I may be missing the point here. So I see it's a heritage assessment and a planning weight review are two separate things.
Same provisions of the framework. I'm going to persevere on this because
I mean, I might just try and put it and just see if I
yes,
there.
by all means.
Dr. Hickey, I think the point being, if you utilise the value of the asset to decide what the impact is, i.e. less than substantial,
yes,
where it sits in that spectrum, then to utilise it again in accordance with the framework to give the different test of greater weight, because it happens to be grade 1 as opposed to grade 2, is duplicating. No, not duplicating. I'm trying to avoid using counting.
Yes.
Repeating. Well, it's not even. I think your point is not repeating. It's actually going beyond that.
Yes, it's
Taking you to a further point of harm that shouldn't be raised.
Yeah.
That has already been dealt with when you decide it's less than substantial or substantial.
I will accept that's what it's suggesting that we do.
But it's not, though, is it? Because it doesn't suggest anywhere that in calibrating the harm you take into account importance. The framework doesn't suggest that, does it?
I think it's taking that as I would.
The framework suggest that, yes or
no? It does not, because I assume it is taking it as read that the value of something, when you're actually looking at it in terms of the value, to actually get the significance of that change, you can only work that out by determining what's the value of what I'm starting with.
Does the PPG say that in calibrating substantial, less substantial harm, one takes into account importance or value at that stage?
When does it?
It does. Show me where.
No, it doesn't.
So your approach that importance or value informs the harm, which is then to be weighed against importance or value again. Your approach is one that relies upon reading into the NPPF and PPG rather than the actual words used. That's right, isn't it?
Very often we have to do. Yes, that's very often what we have to do.
Is there any court case or appeal decision before the inquiry which supports that approach?
I assume there is nothing specific.
You don't point to one.
I'm not pointing to one.
Now, still down a bit further. ICOMOS. I can't remember I didn't write down the document number. Mr. Grant is member of the council team responsible for document number. Document 3, if it's health CDP. Thank you, sir. ID3. You very fairly said in chief that ICOMOS is and you're actually, sorry, I should have started this by saying you say on paragraph 20, page 21 of your proof, page 21, above the table, when you introduce your methodology, your essential methodology, when you introduce that essential methodology, you say it's based upon ICOMOS and the British Standard. Yes?
That is so, yes.
Yes, so let's look at that. ICOMOS is January 2011, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And that predates the MPPF.
It does, yes.
By 2 years. And ICOMOS is, who are ICOMOS? Are they an international body?
Yes, they're a United Nations body.
United Nations.
For the heritage,
Yes.
heritage.
So this is an international document which is on its face not intended to be guidance upon national planning policy framework concepts in England.
Absolutely not.
There's no basis for thinking that the authors of this were even aware of the national policy framework test. They couldn't have been because national policy wasn't written.
No. However, if I...
But elaboration was much...
Yes, certainly. Yes. In terms of there are some provision, the MPPF does refer to, as you will be aware, sir, World Heritage Sites, and this will be appropriate. This is part of the background. This is the recommended heritage impact assessment for those sites.
I've not missed anything. Bramley's not a World Heritage Site.
No, and as I said in my evidence, Chief, that it was looking at the principles of this, which the international heritage experts are suggesting this is the way that we can use it for this. It's actually bringing that into the realm of what have we got in England, and what is the most sensible way to assess this and provide people with an understanding of the significance of the impact of the change.
And the concepts of substantial harm and less substantial harm, they're not recognised in the World Heritage Conference.
Absolutely, yes, you are quite right.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can put ICOMOS to one side. And can we take up the BS? Now, BS 79132013. This is getting on for 10 years old, yes?
Yes, that's right, yes.
And it's not prepared by government or by Historic England, right, isn't it?
That is so.
The scope is described on page 4 document under the heading scope. You have that part of the document.
Oh, sorry, my page for something else. I do apologise. I'm looking at the line. Scope. Page 4?
Page 5.
Is it page 5 on yours? For some reason, mine is 4. I have.
Oh, thank you. Yes, sir. Mine's 4.
Page
5. Yeah, number page 5, yes. Yes.
Anyway, so if you have a section that says one scope in bold.
Yes.
Yes, and it tells us it describes best practice in the management and treatment of historic buildings. That's what.
That is so. Yeah.
And there's an awful lot of reference to how to make sure your historic building doesn't fall down, stays in good nick, etc.
Absolutely, yes.
It doesn't purport to be guidance upon determining where within the MPPF scale of substantial harm, less than substantial harm, no harm, the effect of a proposed development would be. It doesn't purport to be guidance on that, does it?
I would suggest that it doesn't.
Question first. It doesn't.
No, but however, if we turn the page to 10 and 11, it talks about using significance as a framework for managing the historic environment. So it does explain how that is important to understand the building and assess the building, and it's going through to the third paragraph in 5.2 on page 11. So, here we're talking about impact of any proposed change should be justified, etc.
They're actually looking at where within the range of less than substantial harm the appeal scheme would fall, aren't we? That's actually what the question we're looking at, isn't it?
Agreed, but what I'm saying is it's looking at the principles of that, and you are quite right, because it's 2013, predates this. What it does is give us an idea of that we should be perhaps looking at magnitude of impact against the value to give us some significance. And you are quite rightly indicating what this document doesn't do is then bridge the gap from there to actually, well, what does that significance mean in terms of the NPPF? What I have done there is taken that step to actually fill that.
And I don't want to mislead. I don't want to give you the wrong impression. This doesn't predate. If you look at the thing, it's December 23. It's the NPPF. The first one was sometime in the
2012.
And so 2012. It doesn't. But the point is,
yes,
there's a concept. Anyway, it doesn't predate.
No, that's right. Yes.
That's what we're suggesting. The ICOMOS does, but this doesn't.
Yeah.
But the point is, if I may, Dr. Key, this is not directed. This is not intended to inform. It doesn't purport to inform a decision maker's consideration of where within the NPPF scale.
Absolutely correct, because just picking up the dates there, sir, I would suggest, as it's a British standard and all the bureaucracy of that, it may well have been published in 2013, but they were working on this prior to the NPPF being there. But you're absolutely right. That step there isn't here. But what it does do is give us the first step, which is providing us with the impact significance. It's then I have taken, and many and others do as well, is then say, well, OK, that gives us an impact significance. What does that mean in NPPF terms? And that, sir, is where I've provided my
process. Yeah. Just to drill down this a little bit further, the concepts of substantial and less substantial harm are not mentioned at all. I've been through it; they're not mentioned at all. There is a terms and definition; doesn't feature there. They are not known to this document.
Absolutely, yes. Thank
you. Everything. I need to say how much this is submissions. Sorry, just bear with me.
That's right, Mr. Panner. You can think about an appropriate point to.
I am. I kind of quite like to finish the method. We're nearly there, methodology, because start asset by asset after lunch, unless you're ravenous.
Always. And get to a suitable point.
So yes. So when we go to your keep the open case, when we go to your table 20, page 23, table 4. Let's just be very clear on this. Your translation of the levels of significance to the where within the range of substantial.
Yes.
Although it says it's based on ICOMOS, etc. This is entirely you. It's not based on ICOMOS. It's not based on BS. Not based on. This is your translation. That's right.
That is so. On my basis as a former assistant regional director of English Heritage, now Historic England, it's my professional interpretation with all my years' experience of that, and it's actually identifying, what was the top layer of our spectrum, and as part of this, I've identified that the moderate large is where I felt the top end should be, and then coming down, obviously, to the slight at the lower end. I picked that because a good example would be at the Church of St. James. If you have a chance to go in there, so you'll see that on the walls there, they've got some painted, and that's in Mr. Oakland's evidence.
Yes.
You will have seen that.
I've seen it.
Now, if the vicar actually decided, well, can I actually paint those over and light the church up, or decided, well, I don't like the front doors, I'll change them. What I would suggest that as part of the process, we'd be looking at that being the top end, although we're not demolishing anything, or not demolishing the building, etc. it would be perceived by most reasonable people, and certainly most heritage professionals, as being at the top end of that. So that's why top end of less than substantial is there, where we're saying it's something that's quite major in terms of problematic there.
And actually, you say that the appeal scheme would cause top end less than substantial in relation to Stocks Farmhouse, do you?
I'm saying it's in the upper level of that. I'm saying moderate, if we recall.
I thought you have revised the conservation area in Middle Farmhouse, didn't you? I thought for Stocks Farmhouse you say upper end. Maybe I got that wrong.
It's moderate. It's at the upper end of less than substantial,
No,
not
upper
the
end.
top end.
It's upper end less than
Absolutely, yes, as part of that.
That's kind of quite close to the paradigm you referred to about destroying the paintings in the church.
Yes, because actually what we're doing is actually changing the whole context. This is this misunderstanding I think we've got with some people, that the heritage setting somehow isn't important or as important, or doesn't provide us with an understanding of the heritage asset. That it's so important, sir, as part of this farmland, it's just totally integrated as part of the heritage, our understanding and future generations' understanding.
So let's go back to the methodology, if we can stick to the script, if you don't mind. Now, you've very fairly explained that the translation is yours rather than Nicomedes or the British.
Yes.
You've seen there's nothing in those documents that do that. It's right then, isn't it, that the methodology you set out here, it would be fair to describe it as an unofficial methodology as opposed to something that's been officially endorsed by a government body or another recognised body. That's right.
Absolutely so. This is what a professional and used by myself
Yes.
and a number of others now.
And now you said in chief that you had relied upon this methodology in other cases.
Yes, that's
There
true.
is no court or appeal decision before this inquiry which uses this methodology, is there?
And not to my knowledge.
So on the evidence before the inspector, in terms of the material he's got to go on, he has to treat it as an untested methodology. There's no
That's right. Yes, this is untested method.
untested.
Untested. It's to be tested in the courts and the planning inquiries provided by a former assistant regional director of Historic England. So
Okay. So
somebody who's
yeah,
Anna, can you please stop interrupting Dr. Higgins?
who's had experience developing Historic England national guidance and national policy, contributing to that. So this is not just, I hate to say,
You haven't picked it out of the air.
absolutely, and
Taken that point.
yeah. So you accept, subject to the caveat about your extensive career, it would be fair to describe this as an unofficial and untested methodology. That's right.
not untested.
Well, there's no evidence, is there, of it having been tested and endorsed in the High Court or in an appeal decision. No decision testing it and endorsing it.
I don't have in front of the court, yes,
Exactly.
because I didn't expect that to come up. I do apologise, sir.
You didn't expect your methodology to be interrogated.
Oh, I test it in this way. Asked, has it been tested elsewhere? I do apologise, sir. We didn't.
Again, on the basis of the evidence before the inquiry, therefore, the inspector can only proceed on the basis it's untested, can't he?
I would
Agree with that.
would accept that premise.
Thank you. Unofficial, untested. Now, let's test how it works. Can we go back to the framework, keeping your methodology tables open? Can we go back to the framework? And could you please go back to 199 and 200 and let me know when you've got them. Page 7 of the PDF, which I think this is the one document for the choir where the PDF and hard copy page is the same. Do you have that?
I have that now, sir.
Thank you. Now, it's right, isn't it? NPPF 200A expressly recognises the concept of substantial harm to a grade 2 listed building. It refers to that concept, doesn't it?
That is so.
And I think you gave it as a paradigm of a substantial harm would be knocking something down. That would be substantial harm, obviously.
I think that this has been tested by the courts, and
Yeah. So we know the framework. recognises the concept of substantial harm to a grade 2 listed building. An example, I don't say the only, but an example of which would be knocking it down. So far, so we agree, yes?
I'm sure
We agreed so far?
we're agreed that I would think that my understanding, sir, without pointing the right the High Court decision, is that it's partial demolition, not necessarily full demolition.
Right, so an example.
Yeah, absolutely. So we agree.
We agree. Good.
Absolutely.
Now, can we go to your assessment matrix? It's the pages 21 through 23, and I want to start with 2. Okay?
Okay. So
Now, on the magnitude of impact, the top of the scale is major, isn't it?
yes.
And so if one was going to be knocking down a grade 2 listed building, that would be a major impact, wouldn't it, on that table and on your methodology?
It would be, yes.
Essential methodology. And grade 2 on the value on your essential methodology is medium, isn't it? Yes?
Yes. Yes.
We then go to table 1, I think. Somebody correct me if I've got the wrong table. It's table 1, and we have to factor in, to get our significance grading, major impact to a medium value, and major impact to medium value, we're in the pink moderate stroke large significance, yes? Yes?
Yes.
So far, so good. We then go to moderate large significance in table 4. The maximum you can get to a grade 2 listed building, knocking the whole thing down, demolishing it, razing it to the ground. And we're told that is the top end of less than substantial harm. That's right, isn't it? On your
That's picking that up. Yes, you are correct in terms of that. Yes.
So on your your essential methodology, unofficial and untested essential methodology, it's never possible, is it, to have substantial harm to a grade 2 listed building? It's right, isn't it?
That and you are correct in identifying that. Yes.
It must follow, mustn't it, Dr. Hickey, that your unofficial and untested essential methodology is inconsistent with the framework, because the framework recognises that concept exists. That's right, isn't it?
I have to accept that. Yes.
That's probably a good moment to have lunch break, sir.
Thank you very much. Dr. Hickey, over lunch, I'm afraid you are in isolation. I'm sure
I understand.
fed and watered appropriately
Thank you very much.
by your team. Ladies and gents, we've got to 10 past. I did commit to an hour unless there were specific circumstances that wouldn't for an hour, but I think we could take an hour. We're approaching 2:15. We say 2:15. In terms of timings, we had no ambition that we would get through to Ms. Stoughton's cross-examination. I always stated that would always be in tomorrow anyway. So I think
Ready to do her in chief if
I think we're okay on time if Chief allows. So thank you very much for that. I'll see everyone back here at 2:15. Okay, ladies and gents, welcome back to 2:15 for our afternoon session. We're partway through the cross-examination of Dr. Hickey. Before I hand over to Mr. Banner for continuation of that, anything raised its head I need to be?
No, I don't think so, sir.
So can I just come back on the methodology just for a couple of minutes before going to the next question?
Well, it's Mr. Banner's questioning time. It may be that your advocate can take you back to it, but
Yeah, I'm
in
just
terms of format, we're at a point where those
Okay, fine.
questions I think have been asked.
I'm just clarifying my answers here.
But doesn't really re-examine oneself.
No,
Well, Dr. Hickey.
That's fine. No problem.
I will be re-examining this session.
Thank you. So, Dr. Hickey, can we go to your impact assessment at page 25 and following? And I just want to do a sort of page turn of this and see if we can agree the following. That if, and I appreciate you advocated a different position, but if the inspector was to take the view doesn't have regard to value or importance in calibrating hard, that comes later. If that was the case, and we were to just look at your assessment of magnitude of impact, saving value for the later stage, then on impact, it's right, isn't it? If I've read this table correctly, that in relation to the church, you assess there to be a minor impact.
Yes. Yes.
For middle farmhouse, minor. For the for stocks, moderate. Conservation area, minor. Non-designated assets, minor.
Yes.
So if one holds value and importance back to the 199202 stage and just looks at impact, minor, moderate, minor. That's what we've agreed.
Yes.
Thank you. But what I want to do now is go through the designated heritage assets. Ask you some questions about that. So can we start with the church? And we would need at various stages your and Miss Stoughton's evidence on the church. So let's get that up now. So your evidence on the church starts at page 11. And Miss Stoughton's evidence on the church starts page 11. Fantastic. If you could let me know when you've got those two.
I have those two in front of me. Thank you.
Do you agree with this, that the principal contribution to the significance of the church is its built fabric?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that it would be fair to describe the church as having a fairly tightly enclosed curtilage?
Yes.
The built fabric, that principal contribution to significance, is best appreciated from within the churchyard. Do you agree?
Yes, and within the church.
And within the church, obviously, yes. And the development will not affect that experience at all, will it?
That's correct.
Now, Ms. Stoughton, paragraph 3.9. She says, after having said the sentence you agree with, it's best appreciated within the churchyard. The church can also be appreciated and understood from within the historic settlement, where it can be seen with other historic buildings. And then she illustrates that on the next page, the next pages, that the appreciated from the rectory, the historic agricultural buildings, the adjacent farm, and the 17th century barn. That's all correct, isn't it?
That is correct, but it then doesn't actually go on to explain that there are areas within the historic settlement where it can't be seen.
Right.
So,
well,
we take that as read, I'm sure.
The development will not affect the experience described on those pages.
That is correct.
The appeal site is, with the exception of the tower, which is not publicly accessible, the appeal site is not visible from within the church, is it?
That's my understanding. Yes, that's right.
It's not visible from outside the church, sort of close to the church building.
No, I accept that.
And nor is it visible from the core of the churchyard.
No, that's right.
Could you take up Ms. Stoughton's page 14?
That's 40.
14, no, sorry, 14, 14.
Cool.
And she explains here that today the church is surrounded by built form to the north and the east. That built form includes, the surrounding built form includes the modern church hall, the modern farm stroke horticulture buildings, and the bungalow, and these are shown on the map on the next page.
Yes.
Again, all of that's completely correct, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the context of the church.
Yes.
Now, pausing and going to your proof, page 11, keep Ms. Stoughton's out because we're going to work through further aspects of the contributors to the church significance. But your page 11, you have a photograph, don't you, at figure 4?
Yes.
Who took that photograph?
I took that photograph.
Sorry?
I took that photograph.
You took it?
Yes.
And you took it on your site visit, did you?
Yes, I did.
13th of October?
Yes.
You're absolutely sure about that, are you?
No, I didn't take that.
No.
Except that. No.
Right, so who took it? What's the real answer to the question?
One of the team took that. I asked.
Who?
I think it was Luke. Luke. One of the planning team. Yes, took that photograph. And that would have been from earlier in the year.
Yes, it would, because we were on site on the 27th of October and there were still leaves in the trees.
Yes.
It would have been much earlier in the year. It would have been sort of the previous winter, mustn't it?
Yes, yeah, I expect that.
Right. So if you didn't take the photograph yourself, as you just clarified, you can't help us in terms of what lens was used, whether it was zoomed or cropped, anything like that.
No, I can't answer that.
Okay. Well, but
the inspector will be able to see the tower for himself when he's out on site. And of course, I should obviously add on for that, normally for at least 6 months of the year, there are not leaves on the trees. So the fact that you couldn't see it when you went in October, you probably could see it in November all the way through to April.
You've not actually experienced a winter view yourself, because
no, that's right. But I could see it. And we're going to be able to see it clearer now. So yes, I have seen it, and I photographed it, but
you photographed it, but clearly
photographed it in a wide further down.
Yes, but you photographed it yourself, but the photograph you selected was one taken by somebody else.
Yes, that's right.
Help me with that.
The photograph was taken by somebody else.
Why did you not choose one of your photos? Was it the case that the photographs you took didn't best put the analysis you were putting forward? Didn't best help your analysis?
Oh, you can say
I'm saying that. I'm asking you. Is that
why didn't I? Because actually, that was I got lots of photos, but that was the best one that I had from the team.
Because that hedge was actually higher until the end of October, wasn't it? Than it's shown in this photograph. Right, isn't it?
Not to my knowledge.
Right. Well, if that's the
but it may well have. It depends.
Did you stand in that location where that photograph was taken from and see the church from that very location?
I can't, sir, you will be able to see it on site. I cannot say, because Brenda Parkway is a good few hundred yards, I cannot say whether I stood in this particular spot or other spots, but we will be able to see on the site visit, sir.
The Stoughton's proof, page 33. As a section which sets out various guidance and appeal decisions, which indicate the obvious truism that just because one can see a church spire doesn't mean that one is within the setting of the church or the land you're standing on contributes positively to the heritage significance of the church. I take it you agree with that?
I agree with that, and that's picked up on my setting for the church.
It's right, isn't it, that from the appeals site, one cannot discern clearly the architectural interest of the church. That's right, isn't it?
Absolutely so.
Which is the primary contributor to significance. Agreed.
Yeah. It's experience, and it's what does that land contribute to the setting. And as we talked earlier, picked up, there are positive and negative elements as part of this. The positive element is that this is farmland, which relates to the heritage, character of this area.
Could you take up, please, Ms. Stoughton's paragraph 3.24, page 25? 3.24. She says, and by reference to a photograph on the next page, there's a very distant view from the northwest on Brenda Parkway to the church, but with the trees surrounding the church, it's hard to discern and does not illustrate the church's historic context in relation to the rest of the settlement, other than being surrounded by trees. Doesn't illustrate the context of the church or its architectural historic interest. All of that, can I ask the question first? All of that is fair comment, is it?
No.
Yes?
No.
No. So you think that from turn of the page from where plate 20 is shown, well, what's inaccurate about what Ms. Stoughton says at 324, so the inspector can understand the dividing lines between you?
The fact that it has, in terms of the setting, it does not illustrate its historic context. Well,
in relation to the rest of the settlement?
It does, in relation to the rest of the settlement. Yes, you can see it over there. You know that the majority of people walking around here are walking on a circular route around the village there. They understand the context, the historic context of that church is within the farmland. To the part of that is farmland to the north.
Because they can see it.
And that's what they can see and experience here. But you don't have to see that. The fact that the setting contributes to the heritage significance because it is rural farmland doesn't mean to say people have to see that. We just have to. It's part of this experience element.
Well, let's just drill down.
Doesn't necessarily include the viewing.
Let's just drill down on the accuracy of that. In terms of historic associations, the churchyard has a very strong functional association with the asset, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that's not affected. The rectory, ditto, yes? Strong functional association, not affected, yes? And then if we go, please, to Ms. Stoughton's 3.31 on page 20.
31, yes.
She says this, that the wider fields of the parish not considered to positively contribute to the heritage significance through setting through functional association. Let's just break that down. because you obviously think they do. So let's break that down. She says, some land to the north of the site was in the ownership and occupation of the rector. That connection is no longer legible. Pausing there, that's correct, isn't it? One can't read that the land...
I would accept that.
If you accept that, okay, thank you. And the appeal site lies outside the former ownership and occupation of the rector, doesn't it?
I would agree, yes.
Yes. We then learn a bit more about the Brockus family and the Brockus estate.
Yes, can I just say that the previous paragraph sort of indicates a misunderstanding of this concept of setting. That the contribution in terms, sorry, sir, I'm repeating myself. This is it, so I don't need to repeat myself. This is a misunderstanding of the heritage setting.
Brockus estate. The former ownership by the Brockus estate, who were the benefactors of the church, firstly has long ceased, hasn't it?
That would be my understanding.
It was actually tenanted out, wasn't it, the appeal site? It wasn't actually occupied by them. They were tenanted out to tenant farmers, that's right.
That is highly likely to be so.
So there was never sort of a convergence of occupation.
That's not how it works historically, if you think about it. Most of the historic...
Answer the question.
I'll answer the question, which is the Brockus family and other families in England normally didn't actually farm it themselves. They tenanted out to various tenants.
The answer to the question is yes.
So the answer is yes.
I think the answer he gave, Mr. Bann, to be fair, was I expect so, which I take as being yes as far as...
That's right, yeah.
There was a core area that they actually held in hand, wasn't there?
She has done the detail, and I rely upon her.
I don't disagree with Ms. Stone's analysis. So actually, because what you said about them tenanting everything out isn't correct. They actually there was some land in this area which the Brockus estate actually held themselves. That's what she says, and that's right.
I understand that, and I'm sure she's got that right.
And the former ownership tenanted out by the Brockus estate of the appeal site, it's not legible today. One can't.
Absolutely.
Former ownership can.
Absolutely.
Can we then go to Miss Stoughton's page 35? Where she has a table.
Yes.
Actually, before we get to, forgive me, one more point, because something came out in chief. You said in chief that she hadn't assessed setting the church.
I said she hadn't.
He didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
You said, I wrote it down. Mr. Grant will have a note. She hadn't properly looked at setting. I haven't.
Correct.
I'm saying not assessed at all.
Mr. Sergeant, please. You've got the chance to re-examine.
The question failed.
She said he hadn't.
I wouldn't let it go through, Mr. Sergeant, if you're going to misquote Dr.
I don't have no intention to misquote at all. And it is right, isn't it, that pages 19 through to at least 30 of Miss Stoughton's proof deal with setting?
Correct. They deal with setting, yes. Geographically, they don't explain to the inspector or anybody else reading this report where those areas are. There's no indication of what these zones are other than a written suggestion.
Right, so it's the narrative. So what you say is that she should have depicted it on a plan like you did.
I'm suggesting...
Ask a question. What you said is she should have depicted it on a plan like you did rather than provide a narrative. Is that right?
I'm suggesting that
right?
Would be much more helpful to the inspector.
So the answer to the question is yes.
Yes.
Should have depicted on a plan. Could you take out GPA 3? GPA 3, which is core document 10.
510.
510, page 8. And do you see there's a text box in sort of shade at the bottom of the page?
Which page, sorry?
Page 8.
Page 8, thank you very much. Yes.
Right, sorry for a second there, Mr. Banner. I thought you said GPA 3, which is, I thought the
Yes,
appendix.
it's good practice advice in planning, note 3, second edition, page
Right, okay.
10. Okay. And this is just on the point that Dr. Hickey's criticism of Miss Stoughton on setting is that she's provided narrative rather than the depiction of setting in the way that he's done in the blue shaded drawings.
Yes.
It should be page 8 of the document. Do you see that there's a shaded text at the bottom?
Yes, I read it saying that the narratives.
Can I actually read the relevant bits? If you can,
Please do.
So on the right hand column, halfway down, do you see, Dr. King, do you see, so there's Patrick Historic England recommends?
Yes.
Historic England recommends when submitted as ... evidence to a public inquiry. Technical analyses of this type should be seen primarily as material supporting a clearly expressed and non-technical narrative argument that sets out what matters and why in terms of the setting and significance of the assets, together with the effects of development upon them. So what Historic England recommend for the purposes of an inquiry is a narrative analysis, isn't it?
No, if we actually read this in context, sir, if we look at the whole of the grey box, the first paragraph very clearly says, can usefully take the form of a short narrative statement for each assessment stage, supported by adequate plans and drawings.
And Miss Stoughton's evidence contains plans and drawings, doesn't it?
Yes, but they don't actually highlight what the settings are.
Doesn't say that you have to.
I would suggest it does.
Your drawings, I think we've agreed, haven't we? They don't set out what matters and why, do they? Because you have the blue text without any accepted, without any analysis of which bits of that blue area contribute positively, which bits contribute negatively, and which bits are neutral. So it's right, isn't it, that your blue shaded areas do not tell the inspector what matters and why. That is correct, isn't it?
I accept that they don't tell it in detail, but it gives, as I said, explains the zones that we're looking at.
Miss Stoughton's table on page 35. Could we go back to that?
Yes.
She has all the elements of significance that she has included there. She's right to include, isn't she?
Yes, and she has missed out an extra one.
So you say. In relation to the areas that she has included, we're not going to agree about the one you say she's omitted. In terms of the elements of significance she's included, there's no dispute between you and her, is there, in terms of either the contribution or the effect?
I will just read them again. So if I may. Yes, I agree with that.
Thank you. So really with the church, your position is instead of setting out 5 contributors to significance in relation to which there's no harm to any, she should have set out 6 in relation to which, on your analysis, there's harm to the one that's missing. Yes? Right.
We could either...
You answer the question first, please. Is that right?
No. Or I could say maybe, because you could actually put it in number 5, or you could create a new number 6. Either would have done.
Right.
If we just, what I'm saying is the area north of the Western Fields, there is a clear view to the church. Right. What she has missed out is this area of the site that we have talked about. Both, I've talked about it in mine. This is her proof. She saw the evidence of Historic England actually saying that area is part of the setting. And the conservation officer, which she quotes, actually all say this is part of the setting of the church. She doesn't include that at all. So what I'm suggesting is, yes, probably she needs a number 6 for that area, if we call it the site.
Yeah.
And as that's the rural countryside context for the church. And so there is a loss of the resultant harm is a loss of that. And she has missed that out consistently on most of these tables within this document.
Oh, this is, yes, we'll look at each table in turn.
Yes.
And so your position, in terms of just to inspect to understand the scope of disagreement, effectively what you would do is add an extra row, I think that's right, rather than the column, extra row with the fields in which the field site lies, your analysis, contribution and harm, yes?
Yes, that's correct.
But the rest of the table remain unchallenged. So tell me this then. You say mid-level, less than substantial harm, don't you? I think is what you say in your proof. Is that right?
Yes, and Historic England.
We'll come to Historic England.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I want to know what your evidence is.
I'm not an outlier on this. Miss Stoughton is the outlier on this.
Right, we'll come on to Historic England and see what they do and don't say in later.
So yes, I do say that.
So mid-level. Now, can you help me with this? And sorry, I should say, forgive me. That mid-level is a product of your methodologies and your central methodology, obviously.
Yes, that's right. And from a sense check, is it mid-level? Is it hardly significant? No. Is it hugely significant? We're not talking about the upper levels. Is it in the middle? Sense check, yes.
With, on your analysis, no harm to 5 out of 6 contributors to significance, including the primary contributor.
Yes, I will accept that.
Right, okay. Help me this. Can you imagine a scale whereby 0 to 10, 0 is no harm, 10 is substantial harm, which I think we can accept as a fairly narrow category, yes?
Yes.
And less than substantial harm, which I think it's fair to say is a fairly broad category because it's all the way from just above 0 to just below substantial. Imagine that less than substantial ranges from 1 to 9. So you've got 0, no harm, 10 substantial, 1 to 9, the sliding substantial harm. I'll call that for shorthand the harmometer, because I'll refer to it later again. Where on the harmometer would you score the harm to the church as you see it?
On your personal harmometer, we'd be looking at we'd be looking in the middle of that, which would be the 5, 6.
5 or 6. Situation where 10 is knocking down the church.
No, that's not so, is it? Because way above that, there's you could have substantial harm on perhaps knocking down a porch or part of it. That's so it's not knocking down the whole church.
Significance or coming close to depriving it of significance, something of that order. Yes.
Yes.
5 or 6 the way there. Okay.
So this is showing that actually what we haven't got is a straight line graph. We've actually got a graph that actually does something like that, isn't it?
And can I ask you, one, just bearing that in mind, your 5 to 6 on the harmometer, could you have regard, please, to the bottom of page 35 from Stoughton's proof? Because she refers to there the recent, not clear whether it's a garage, garden store, office, but the recent, or combination the two, I think 3, I think, but the recent building that was consented by the council in about a year ago, give or take. Yes?
Yes.
And Historic England didn't comment on that. That's correct, isn't it?
I have no knowledge of that.
And then over the page at 36, she quotes from the council conservation officer's consultation response. And it said that in relation to this building, it doesn't interrupt key views, it would be likely to be visible in glimpsed views from parts of the graveyard, but because of the limited nature of those glimpsed views, the mitigatory and boundary treatment, the proposal wouldn't detrimentally affect any views from the church, yes?
That is so. I would point out from this that the area in question does not contribute to the open rural fields to the north, and therefore it does not contribute in this particular context, or the wider context, of the heritage significance of the church derived from its rural location.
And the inspector will see this building when he does the site visit, just so we get our bearings as to where it is. Go please to page 15 of the Stone's proof. Page 15, which is the aerial photograph. The blue star accurately shows where that newly permitted building is, doesn't it?
Yes.
The church is...
Yes.
You see the church sort of in the middle. And then if we go to page 17, again, best appreciated on site, page 17, that is a view from the churchyard, from the core of the churchyard, of that newly permitted building sticking out proud above the hedge, yes?
Yes, it is. And I would say, if I'd looked at that the first time, that sort of building would not be, to me, incongruous in a rural setting. Could be a small old barn. The fact that it is brand new, it looks to me as if it's been sited neatly, colour of the roofs, materials, etc. So I would suggest it is not incongruous within this particular setting.
Half built, Mr. How are you able to say that? Because, I mean, we saw it after you did on the 27th of October, and it was half built. How are you possibly able to say that its materials, its finished, its roof are in keeping? Exaggerating.
I'm saying a building like that in that location is high. They accepted it. So
how are you able to say no? But Dr. Hickey, that that's not an answer, because you were expressing your view, not parroting the view, the prediction of the conservation officer. Your view, you told the inspector, was that it was in keeping, the roof, the materials were in keeping. And yet when you saw it on the 13th of October, it wasn't constructed, was it? So how are you able to say that? Are you able to express that view? Can you help us, please?
It wasn't what you're saying. It wasn't fully completed. It was half built, to my knowledge. There was scaffolding around it. Well, there was on the 13th, was there? Or are we suggesting something?
Where in the scale of less than substantial harm, or where in the harmometer scale, 0 to 10, would you place that building?
Not very high at all.
Where?
Okay, I would put it within the setting there. As I would agree with the conservation officer, a building like this, it can't be seen from that within that setting. It's not adversely affecting, significantly adverting the setting. So I would be putting it on your harmometer scale at about 3.
About 3. It can be seen in views from the churchyard and views of the church externally. So again, just testing your evidence. Essentially what you're saying is, the inspector, you're happy for the inspector to test your evidence and judge on that basis when he's standing in the churchyard, that the appeal scheme is twice as harmful as that recently permitted consent.
If there are 140...
Question.
Okay, so the answer is no. If there are 140 of these side by side, obviously that would be slightly different from 3. And I understand, I'm sure the inspector understands that point.
Now let's move on to Middle Farmhouse. And that's dealt with Stoughton's page 37 and following. And your page 12. You've clarified in chief that you consider it to be low, less than substantial.
Yes, that's right.
Again, based on your methodology.
Yes, that's right. And my assessment, yes. Yeah. That was a check sense, yeah. That would be correct.
Can we agree a few things about Middle Farmhouse? Historically, it was a working farm, but has long since ceased to be, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Stoughton's 4 4.5 on page 38, plate 30. She shows there in that drawing stroke plan
Yes.
the full landholding of Middle Farm historically, yes?
At that point in time.
And you're content that that's
I'm
accurate?
quite happy that in 1838.
And that obviously doesn't correspond with your depiction of the setting of Middle Farmhouse. That's correct.
Right. That is correct. What I would like from Ms. Stoughton, and she's not going to, I assume she's not going to be able to provide it, is a series of sheets. This is at one point in time, 1838. Now, I mean, I'm asking this question to myself that I would need to try and go and answer, sir, is in 1860, had he got those closer fields? In 1910, had he got those? I don't know the answer. And I'm probably suggesting that Ms. Staunton doesn't know the answer at this point in time. So I would accept that in 1838, that was the position. But it isn't necessarily the position that was historically. And the key thing is we've got a farmhouse associated with farmland. Now, things have moved on. And as the guidance tells us, that settings change. What we've got here is the setting since it was listed. This farm and the farm buildings, historic farm buildings, have been associated with that farmland in that area. So I think the fact that I did put the setting within that zone, I think that is, quite sensible to actually do that.
Did you go to the record office?
No.
To look at land ownerships?
No, because actually what the actual historic association is not what we're talking about. We're talking about historic character. It's farmland we're talking about. We don't need within this. Yes, we could do that, but it doesn't really get us anywhere. It gets us is to say actually the farmland in 1838, this field over here was associated. This one right next to it wasn't. What we're saying now is at this point in time, this farm has a setting that includes that very large field there, and the surrounding fields that provide the rural countryside setting for this farmhouse. That's what setting is about.
Let me know when I'm allowed to ask this.
Sorry, I apologise.
You must accept, I think, based upon the differences between this plate and your blue shaded area, that being the fact that a piece of land was previously associated farmland does not of itself make land within the setting of Middle Farmhouse, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, being on previously associated farmland is not of itself a bar to development of land.
That's the...
Ms. Stoughton then goes on to say at 4.9, page 40, that the farm complex was converted to residential, with the other farm buildings being demolished. That's also correct, isn't it? It's no longer an operational farm.
That's my understanding.
And indeed, at 4.10, she describes how 7 further dwellings have actually also been constructed in the immediate surroundings of the farm, and she indicates where they are on that.
Yeah.
Yes? Yes. So it's correct, isn't it? As she says at 4.12, if we go there, page 43, she's correct to describe the position as follows, that Middle Farmhouse is now part of a complex, 4 other residences, with further modern residences immediately to the north and south. No buildings which appear to be used for agricultural purposes are part of the immediate curtilage. All of that is correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. The functional association with the wider farmland has long since ceased, hasn't it?
Correct, but that's irrelevant in heritage setting terms.
And the wider farmland has been physically separated by the other domestic curtilages. That's right.
That is so. That is why that actual connection to that remaining farmland there is actually quite important.
the principal way in which the former agricultural use of Middle Farmhouse is legible is through the adjacent farm buildings, which, though converted, allow legibility of the building's origins as a farmhouse. That's right, isn't it?
That's in terms of the buildings, but actually as a farm, the clue's in the name. Where's the farm? Where did they farm? Fields around them. Those are the back. So that connection there currently is still there.
You say the fields back, but the thing that I'm struggling with, and please help me, is that you then don't follow through your argument by including the whole agricultural landholding. You're rather arbitrary in including one field but not another.
Yes,
right, isn't it, Doctor?
That is correct.
Right.
In the misunderstanding that we have to include everything on that table that we just saw on page 38. I'm just at a loss, sir, to that suggestion.
You then go to page 47 of Mr. Stoughton's proof.
I have page 47.
And we see there, don't we, that she's demonstrated how under the illustrative scheme, which we agree is capable of coming forward at the reserved matters stage, there will be separation between Middle Farmhouse and the built form of the appeal scheme. There'll be other domestic curtilages first that are already there, and then the setback that Mr. Smith described earlier. That's factually correct, isn't it?
You see that, yes.
Now, in terms of visual aspects, the primary significance of the primary contribution to significance of Middle Farmhouse is its architectural interest and quality again, isn't it?
That would be a primary feature, yes.
A primary feature.
A primary feature.
That's why it's been listed, isn't it?
Yes.
Listed for its architectural quality. And that is best experienced from the street, isn't it?
No.
Right.
I don't think I need to go any further, sir.
Okay. So where is the architectural interest and quality of Middle Farmhouse experience better than from the street?
Well, as we understand, and the guidance tells us we don't have to have public access for it to be part of the setting. So the most important part of the setting would be actually around the building, the curtilage itself, and within the house where we can experience and look at the other farm buildings and hopefully read that the newer buildings that have been inserted within that area and the barns that have been converted into what now look like cottages, it can be read by future generations. So to actually say it's best read from the street is a complete anomaly, a misunderstanding about the whole concept of heritage significance and heritage setting.
I'm asking about the architectural interest and quality.
Which is part of the heritage significance.
If you try and answer the questions rather than different questions, it may be more helpful. Could you please go to page 37 of Mr. Stoughton's proof? That is a view of Middle Farmhouse from the street, isn't it?
Yes, that is so.
And when one is considering architectural interest and quality, is it your view that there is somewhere else other than from where this photograph is taken, where the architectural interest and quality is better experienced?
Oh, definitely. In walking along there, one of the things, as an architectural historian, one of the first things I would have loved to have done was to go into their back garden there across the fence and actually read the building and see how it had extended. I couldn't do that. This just gave me one elevation, which clearly wasn't the front elevation. It's just a side elevation onto the road.
So you would, because Miss Stoughton's view, I think, is that it's best the architectural interest and quality is best experienced in the street and next best from the garden plot in which the building stands. You'd reverse that effect.
Oh, absolutely, yes. As an architectural historian, the interesting bit in reading the buildings that I'm going to get the information and the clues from the building, I'm going to get from that garden view and the view from the other side. This has given me an end elevation of a double-winged property, which is of interest, and I can read that. But I was immediately, my interest was gained, sir, by actually, well, what's the rest of it? But I can't see it. But that is really irrelevant to this inquiry.
Thank you. Well, quite, because the next point was that really the appeal scheme won't affect the ability to experience the architectural and interest and quality of this building, either from the street or from the garden plot in which it
I
stands.
accept that, yes.
Miss Stoughton says at 4.16 on page 43, that middle farmhouse doesn't appear to have been designed to have any clear intervisibility with the wider agricultural land. So there may have been some, but it wasn't designed. There were no design views. Do you agree?
I would suggest.
Do you agree?
Yes, absolutely. Because if we look at the.
Yes, you agree. Thank you.
Yes, I agree. And I'm just going to qualify that by if we look at the plans of that she's provided. She has provided. If we look, perhaps the first one going back to 38. Oh, no, sorry. The really good one is on page 39. We can see there that what we've got is a farmstead there. That is not this farm building. I mean, this is where they lived. They didn't necessarily want to see the horses going up and down, etc. But the fact that the house cannot see that, what they would be looking at is the actual views of the road, views up and down. So that's
yes,
so they
agree.
can't see it. So I wouldn't have expected them to see it.
Sure. Well, whether one expects or otherwise, that we are at one that the appeal scheme would not interfere with any design views.
No, absolutely. And I don't think there were design views related to that. They were just purely functional.
Thank you. And then the table, again, for this one, starts at 47. It goes over the page. And firstly, I think, am I right in thinking that you and Ms. Stoner agreed in terms of the ingredients in that table? Because here, the thing which you say is harmed is mentioned. Accepts as harm, there may be differences of magnitude, but do you accept and take a moment to look through the table that the table accurately and completely sets out the elements of contributors to significance?
I would agree with that.
Thank you. And the only disagreement between you relates to the last element. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So, in considering where within the range of less than substantial harm the appeal scheme falls in relation to middle farmhouse, the inspector can note that it is agreed that there are 5 contributors to significance, of which 4 are not harm. Correct?
Correct, but of course, as the inspector knows, you haven't weighted those. And some of those would be obviously more important than.
Actually, Ms. Stoner does weight them because she says, and you've agreed that the primary contributor to significance is the fabric of the building.
Yes, but
yes.
Okay, going down to the next one on the street below that. How has she weighted that? How has she weighted the associated garden plot?
So I think you've accepted.
No, that's right. I've accepted she hasn't weighted
things that don't matter.
I prefer we didn't talk over each other.
I'm sorry.
I apologise.
Attempt to
I am trying to wait. It's not clear.
There's
finished.
Yes, there's a rhythm to respond.
Yes.
Change occasionally, and
I don't mean to talk over you, Dr. Hickey. I'm trying.
And I apologise.
Sometimes it's hard to know when you've stopped. Thank you. Now, again, can we whip out the harmometer, please? And just in terms, again, there's a sense check. I'm not suggesting purely numerical. It's just a sense check. You say low end now, based upon your methodology, which we've explored. Again, 0 being no harm, 10 being substantial, 1 to 9 being the spectrum of less than substantial harm. Can you give us a sense of where in the heart, where in the scale?
I accept that we're down in the 3s on a logarithmic scale of 1 to 10.
I think I'm right in saying that Historic England didn't identify any harm to the village.
That is so.
It's right to say, isn't it? Your analysis isn't commensurate with that of Historic England.
On this point, correct.
Next asset is conservation area. And within which there are various buildings, including non-designated heritage assets. Could we please take up Miss Stoughton's proof, page 49 and following, your proof, page 15, and we need the conservation area appraisal, which I don't think the inquiry's looked at yet. That's in CV 3. It's in two places. I think it's also appended to Miss Stoughton's proof, but it's also 3.3.
3.3?
I believe so. Can I flag? I'll wait to you guess this and sit down, and then I just want the maybe in the hard copy of 3.3a. Yes,
We've got 3.A and a
yes. And just to flag for you, sir, this is attributable to me. I noticed over the weekend that the conservation area appraisal map or plan isn't in the core documents. It is included by Miss Stoughton, but in a form that the legend isn't legible. Certainly in my version it wasn't. So hopefully you've got the map, because the legend is of some significance because it identifies important views. So just probably worth just checking that you've got it somewhere, either 3.3a or
Yes, I've got a 3.3a. A 3.3b is the map.
B, 3.3b. Sorry, my bad. 3.3b.
Of course, opening it, I've find out. So give me.
Can I just check if you don't mind me checking so that it's legible, because the same version I had printed is probably a printing error.
Yeah, it has vistas and viewpoints included in the key.
Thank you. So the conservation area appraisal, Dr. Hickey, it was produced, I think we're told on the final page, in April 2004. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
So well before the framework.
Yes.
And before the Historic England guidance on the setting of heritage assets, I think, as well, isn't it? GPA 3.
That is so, yes.
Yeah.
Early editions.
And that means it's obviously part of the evidence base, and we have to take into account, we have to apply a degree of caution to it in light of those considerations, don't we?
Yes.
Okay, we'll keep it open. We are going to come back to it in a moment or two. Could you please go to Miss Stoughton's 5.7, plate 47?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure, 5.7 and plate 47. 5. So Miss Stoughton's proof, 5.7, page 51. 51 now.
51, yes.
Yeah. And Miss Stoughton explains there how the analysis shown in her images and plates show how recent developments have been constructed behind the made road frontages as clusters away from the historic core of the village, which is appropriate. Can I take it that you agree?
I agree, that's factually correct.
In terms then of the contributors to significance, if you take up, please, Stoughton's 5.21. And she says there that heritage significance of the conservation areas primarily derived from the architectural, artistic and historic interest of its associated listed buildings, other historic non-designated buildings, focusing on St James's Church and its surrounds. Do you agree?
That is one way of putting it.
Do you agree?
No.
No. Right. So what contributes more to significance than those factors?
I would suggest those are the sort of dots on the map, but it's the field boundaries, the the development of the village out, and the road systems within that provide a more detailed or nuanced explanation, not just those individual buildings. So yes, that's a starting point, but there's a bit more to it than that.
It doesn't say exclusively derived, it's primarily derived. You appreciate.
So I would be happy with that.
Yes. So you're happy with using the description set of 521 provided one recognises the word primarily.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you. She then goes on to say at 522, the setting also contributes to significance, although the significance derived from setting is less than that derived from built form and the spaces which the conservation area contains. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Okay. Indeed, in terms of statutory protection, of course, under Section 72, it's the conservation area, not the setting, that gets statutory protection. That's right, isn't it?
That is so, and just so I'm sure that the inspector has spotted it, the next sentence in terms of that, this 522 talks about the contribution of the agricultural surrounds as part of the significance of that the heritage setting.
And over the page at 5.23, there's a quote from the conservation area appraisal, where there's discussion of various open spaces and fields, isn't there?
There is, yes.
And the appraisal refers to two open spaces that create important setting to St John's Church, and those open spaces which the appraisal considers create important settings to the church set out by Miss Stoughton on page 20. And can we just check that you agree that she's accurately shown where they are? That's page 20 of her proof, plate 13.
So I'm just...
Miss Stoughton's proof, page 20, plate 13. There should be two areas, one indicated in yellow and one indicated in
blue. But yes, those two. But
those
I understand.
Those are the areas the appraisal think are the important setting to the church. And it's right, is it not, that the appeal site lies outside of those important?
That is so, yes.
But the permitted building actually lies within them, doesn't it?
That's so, because we recall that these are two fields and open spaces that the conservation appraisal team actually included within the conservation area. So they're talking about open spaces within the conservation area. They're not at this point talking about the wider setting of the conservation area, which is a different thing.
But they are, of course, talking about the setting of the church and the importance.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
Thank you. Now, so the open spaces not affected, going back to that italicized text of 5 not affected, there's then the field to the east, which helps place Church Farm. That's considered to be important from a conservation area perspective, isn't it?
Yes, they're saying that.
That too is not affected by the appeal.
That is so.
There's reference to the wood behind property on Silchester Road. That's not affected, the wood.
That is so.
And then, of course, there is, and referred to in the top two lines, the open countryside to the north. Yes?
That's
the appeal scheme, appeal site forms part, but not all of that.
Yes, that's
so. Of those open areas referred to in the conservation area appraisal, which we agreed must be treated with a degree of caution because of its vintage. Only one is affected and partially is where we get to.
Yes, and I do note, sir, that the area that we talk about, if I just look at their plan, the 3.3b, what we're talking about is this field here, sir, and as we can see, the conservation area sweeps up there. So actually, these fields here are more important in terms of linking and settlement form than the fields that Mr. Banner has talked about to the west.
Other agricultural land within the setting of the conservation area will remain. The appeal site is not the last of its kind. That's right, isn't it?
Oh, except that is.
And of the area within the appeal site, which under the illustrative scheme, which is capable of being secured at reserve matters, will remain open. That includes the field closest to the conservation area, doesn't it?
Yes. So that will be, as we've discussed before, a country park as opposed to open rural fields in agricultural use.
It will be contain an orchard, won't it?
Yes.
And
you see me grimacing. It's not open agricultural use as we know it.
Mr. Smith gave evidence that orchards yesterday, and wasn't challenged on this point, that orchards are a traditional land use, both in England and this part of the area. And indeed, I think it was the Green Infrastructure SPD called for reintroduction of orchards. He wasn't challenged on this. Can I accept that his analysis is accepted in that respect?
No, I would disagree from a heritage point of view. If you actually look at the plates, none of these suggest there were historically orchards in that area or anywhere around Bramley. But yes.
The point I put there, was it?
So if you'd like to repeat the point.
Yes. Well, if you listen to the first time, the orchard use is something which is a traditional land use in England generally, and in this part of the world, and is also something which is called for in one of the council's SPDs. I don't have it to my fingers. Somebody's rapidly provided me with reference. That is correct.
Yes, but if we look at the plans here, none of them indicate at all, unless someone can point me to. I'm quite happy to, have we got a field here that's indicated as an orchard in these open fields?
Yeah, could you go please to Ms. Stoughton's 4.4?
4.4?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
And
yes, you see me laugh.
The farmhouse was associated with the loosely arranged collective buildings with an area described as home store, area 300 garden, and 301 as orchard. Plate 38, we see 300, 301 is indicated, yes?
Yes, and I will keep smiling.
So orchard use, in fact, is not just a traditional land use in England, this part of the world generally. It's something which there's a historic association with Middle Farmhouse.
No, not necessarily. Where is the proof? Orchard, though, it could be 2 or 3 trees in a garden. And you could still call the house orchard because it's a nice thing to call your house. If we actually if we were expecting to see an orchard, I would have expected to see on the stuff maps. They are not there.
I mean, Dr. Hickey, could you let's look back at 4.4. This is from and a tithe map draws a distinction between garden and orchard, doesn't it?
Oh, right. So we're saying plate 29.
Do you want to just spend a moment?
Okay. Plate 29, and it's
300 is garden, 301 is orchard. It's a land use based.
Yes, it's somebody's back garden, isn't it?
No, because the garden is a separate annotation, 300.
Yes, I accept that, but it's part of the domestic there. It's not orchard in an agricultural sense. It's orchard as in a settlement associated with the farmhouse. Yes, I would well expect that. But we're not talking about the orchards in terms of an agricultural sense here.
You agree with this, that the orchard use of the part of the appeal site nearest the conservation area is consistent with and takes its cues from its agricultural past?
No.
It's right that the important views identified in the conservation area appraisal I will not be affected by the appeal scheme. Right.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes, the conservation area appraisal, that map, that plan, the version that's actually one's able to read has, amongst other things, indications of vistas and viewpoints, doesn't it?
That's right, yes.
And they're not, none of those are or indeed are alleged to be affected by.
I would accept that, yes.
Consistently with other recent development, as we've heard, the appeal scheme will take the form of clusters of residential development behind the frontage, yes? And the horseshoe shape of the historic development in the conservation area will remain legible, won't it?
Yes.
So going then to, bear with me, yes, so again, in Harmonious terms, I think, again, this conservation area, you adjusted or clarified, you say low and less than substantial harm. Yes. And then, so again, just to give us a sense of what's meant by that, I'm not really, so it's not a mathematical tool, but just a sense of what's meant by low, because different people think sometimes by low. On that 0 to 10 scale, where would you place the harm conservation area?
So if we're, I just turn that. So we're going to be in the 3 to 4 on a logarithmic scale. So below the middle.
Of course, we're talking, we must remember, when we're looking at harm, we're looking at conservation area as a whole, aren't we?
Yes, that's right. Yes, and the conservation area in this
3 to 4 conservation. So.
That's right. Yes, which at the moment is perceived to be in a rural setting, and as we've said before, the loss of these agricultural fields, will be an adverse.
I mean, I thought we'd agreed that the appeal site wasn't the last of its kind. There'd be other agricultural land remain. I mean, is it your analysis that post-development, the conservation area will not have a rural setting anymore?
No, that is not so. Is what we've got is the conservation area, as we've seen on the plan. It sort of sweeps up here, and we've historically actually got some other listed buildings here, Stockwell. So actually, this bit of agricultural land in this zone is actually quite important, except if there's agricultural land up here and over there
and on the bits of the page that you omitted that we talked about,
and down over here
and there.
That actually doesn't contribute in the same way as this here, which helps shape the settlement form and aid the conservation area character.
Again, that's derived. That ascription of harm is derived upon your central methodology, and also whom you relied in that respect on your approach to the public open space being not of a rural character. That informs your judgment, doesn't it?
That is so.
Yeah, thank you. Good. We've got one more heritage asset to deal with, designated, which is Stocks Farmhouse. Let's get our bearings for that. That is dealt with in Miss Stoughton's proof. Bear with me. Towards the end. Just fine. Page 63 and your proof. Page 13. If you could get those up, that would be great.
I have those too.
Okay. And here Just so we're clear here, you think it's upper end less than substantial harm.
Oh, yes, yes.
So, same basic exercise. Let's see if we can agree what are, or at least work out where we disagree, what are the contributors to significance and how they're affected or otherwise. Again, I suggest that the primary contributors to significance at Stocks Farmhouse is the architectural interest of the building.
I would accept that.
Do you also agree that that primary contributor to significance, the architectural interest, is best appreciated from within the building's grounds, where its interest can best be experienced and understood? Do you agree with that?
That is one of the areas where it can be experienced, yes.
That wasn't a question there, was I? I said
Yes.
best. Where's it best?
So the answer is yes, because you could also see that behind you, you've got these big open fields, so you can understand the context of the farm. So that's a really good place to actually experience it. You're quite right. Without that, which we'll come on to, that interpretation, that understanding will be very much devalued.
Just jumping out a little bit.
I know, I accept that, but I thought I'd take that opportunity.
Try and stick to
Yeah.
the step-by-step analysis, that may be greater assistance. And I'm not talking about context, I'm talking about the interest of the built fabric of the building that is best experienced from when one's standing close by the building, looking at it.
Yes, but you always read the building in the wider context.
Could you take up Miss Stoughton's page 65? Late 57, and again, similar to size to that which we did for Middle Farmhouse. That shows the historical agricultural occupancy plan as of 1836. Yes.
1838, yes,
1838, sorry, my slip.
absolutely.
And again, as with Middle Farmhouse, the full extent of agricultural occupancy does not correspond to your analysis of the extent of the setting.
That's correct.
So again, it must follow from that whether a piece of agricultural land, was historically functionally linked to the farmhouse doesn't determine setting, yes?
Absolutely, because as Historic England guidance tells us, the setting of a historic asset can change over time.
And doesn't also determine suitability for development.
Yeah.
Correct, yes, thank you. The farmhouse now is of sole domestic use, isn't it? That's what it's used as
That's how I understand that.
a big house. Its functional link with all the former farmland has now ceased.
Can I just
That's the question, and then by all means, do whatever you want.
yes, it's ceased. Originally, it was always domestic use because it was a farmhouse.
That's why I said sole domestic use.
Yeah, so it's not now, it always was.
It's now a house rather than a farmhouse. That's the point.
No, farmhouses, that's
Used
things, but you on that type of farmhouse, you didn't have the cows underneath you. Accepting that when it was listed, sir, 1984, it was a working farm. So that is a very important in terms of the heritage. 1984, it was a working farm.
It's not now.
It may not be now, but in terms of the curtilage of the farm, our understanding of the curtilage of the farm, our review of it, accepting the setting has evolved.
Yes.
Time, but that is very important that actually it was a working farm when it was listed.
Yes, exactly. And that functional link with the former farmland is now history, not present.
In
Correct.
terms of the buildings, but actually the only thing that really is there when you stand there to tell you it was a farm, other than it looks like a farm, is the farmlands behind it.
Well, that's not right, actually, is it? Because there are farm buildings.
Yes, well, the farm built.
Yes.
Sorry, the farm built. That's what I meant by the farm, as opposed to the farmhouse.
Well, let's just deal with that point, because Miss Stoughton, page 66, please. Paragraph 6.6, she describes how there were farm buildings in the vicinity of the farmhouse. Some of them being demolished, some of them being converted actually to commercial use, actually,
Yes.
isn't it? And all she says there is accurate, yes?
Yes, I would accept that.
You see that effect, obviously we'll get a clearer view
Yep.
site visit. Just turning over the page to 67, again, we see the former farm complex. The buildings have been converted to commercial, but they still help the former farm use of Stocks Farmhouse to be legible, don't they?
Absolutely, I would agree with that.
Yes. And their contribution to the legibility of Stocks Farmhouse's former agricultural use won't be affected by the appeal scheme, will it?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, yes.
No, you're quite right in terms of they're direct, but actually, when you're there, you read them and behind them, you know there's the fields there. So you've got that link.
Can I just, I'm so sorry, I'm getting to know, because that's one of those questions, probably my fault for the way I phrased the question, but it wasn't quite clear whether you meant yes as in yes or yes as in no. So just to be clear, the buildings, the commercial buildings that help contribute to the legibility of Stocks Farmhouse, because they still look like farm buildings, albeit done up, their ability to make that contribution will continue.
That's right. There will be no indirect change in that. Indirect effect on that, yes.
Now, can we go please to Mr. Stoughton's page 68? If you could let me know when you've got that.
I have page 68.
Now, that's a aerial photograph of the Stocks Farmhouse plot, for want of a better,
Yes.
isn't it? And it now lies, doesn't it, Stocks Farmhouse, within an extensive domestic garden plot, yes?
Yes.
And that includes tennis court, a swimming pool, pond, yes?
Yes.
All of which are intervening between Stocks Farmhouse and the appeal site, yes? In the sense they lie within the land. They lie within the land between the westernmost end of the built form and where the easternmost end of the field, if you see what I mean. That's right.
That's Stocks Farm. There isn't a tennis court, there isn't a pool, and there isn't anything else between that and there. Am I?
There's a strip of. I mean, I'm not going to debate whether something can be described intervening. Not
The answer's no.
There's a strip of. I don't agree. We don't agree with you. We see the strip of land.
Sorry, but my witness is mid-answer and Mr.
He finished actually. He finished.
He had actually got as far as saying no, but.
Sorry, I didn't hear the but.
Yes.
I am the other side of the room.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. So, all the features that you've talked about,
Yes.
as I see it, on this aerial photo, are not within the view from the rear of the house.
What did I say? Did I mention views?
Well,
Did I mention views?
I don't think you mentioned views. Okay. So I'll correct that by saying they are not in between the house and the site.
There's a strip of land that lies here, the domestic garden, that lies between the westernmost edge of the built form and the easternmost edge of the field. That's right, isn't it? I mean, you agree that characterisation or not?
There's a piece.
All I can see is black from there.
Yeah, all I can see is black for that.
Well, I think then we'll let them go and see it. Obviously, you're.
Mr. Khan has, I presume that someone has liaised with him in
Yes.
terms of
It's important.
arranging for that opportunity.
You go into the garden, sir.
I would absolutely accept. I do apologise. It's garden.
Have you been into the garden, then?
No, I haven't been in that garden, but I can see on here it's garden. What I'm saying is, it's not a pond, it's not a tennis court, it's not some of the other features you were talking.
So then, when we go to page 71, have you been inside the farmhouse?
I have not been inside.
These photographs taken from inside the farmhouse, aren't they? As far as you can tell.
It's for the
Page 67. Page 68. Yes?
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong
Page.
I apologise. I was the next page. I was looking at 72 and thinking,
Right,
Yeah.
I might have got something right there, but page 71.
I apologise. So yes, I can see that. Yes.
And we see there, don't we, that when one is looking out from the farmhouse towards the appeal site, one is looking out over an already changed landscape. That's right, isn't it?
No.
Right, so
I can see in the foreground a lawn. I can see in the middle distance a field, a very big field. And I can see in the distance what I know must be a hedgerow.
but we're not talking about the distance. I'm talking about as one looks toward the appeal site, the intervening in the foreground, one sees a modern domestic garden, don't we?
Well, partly, yes. And then there's so at the moment, I can see, as the inspector can, a lawn that then possibly some sort of fencing there that is probably see-through. And then, and probably because it is see-through, it's allowing views across to a very large field and the landscape beyond.
I'll take that as a yes, that the initial view is from the rear is
Yes.
garden, is the lawn.
That's, I mean, ultimately you'll see it.
Yeah, I mean,
But the point is,
look at that. Yes.
it is that in the foreground, one doesn't see, in the foreground, you see the domestic garden and the curtilage of the modern domestic occupancy. That's the point.
Explaining the middle ground of the
But the question wasn't really about the middle, the question was about the foreground, wasn't it? So it's also the case, isn't it, that the middle background of where the appeal site is, views are to an extent filtered by trees and vegetation. That's right, isn't it?
No. Well, I can see, a few hundred strands of willow, but I can see straight through those. And I'm sure the inspector can as well.
But you've not actually experienced that for yourself. You've not been inside.
No, and I'm sure. Well, I mean, this photo I'm sure is representative. It was a good representative view.
So again, so your view, you've approached your assessment of harm on the basis that there is no filtering. Is that right?
I don't have to do that. My assessment wasn't based on filtered views at all.
Okay. So you don't think that's relevant?
I'm quite happy to look at that with the inspector and discuss the heritage issues there.
Well, I don't think we'll do that, sadly,
I don't think we will.
because I
can understand.
discuss merits on site.
Exactly. But is it relevant or is it not relevant?
I need to have the evidence that I can then look at and
That's right. So, I mean,
get back.
I'm quite happy with the inspector to go and have a look at that view.
Yeah, that's not really, Dr. Being fair to me, that's not really the point. What I want to understand is the extent to which views out over the appeal site are filtered by tree vegetation, is it relevant or not? And if it is relevant, do you offer any evidence in that respect?
Right. The evidence is in front of me, looking at.
It's relevant first.
Is it relevant? Yes, it's relevant.
Relevant. Thank you.
Do I get a relatively clear view out of here without much filtered views from trees? The answer is I've got a pretty clear view of that open space there, of the field, the fields and the hedgerow beyond. The inspector will see for himself.
Thank you. Do you agree with what Ms. Stoughton says at 6.24? That this is on page 74. That the arrangement of outbuildings historically and the overall design of the facades of the buildings suggests that the asset didn't have design views out in the direction beyond its grounds. Do you agree with that?
Without seeing the house on that side, I cannot say, but I would expect it. I mean, very often in this situation, you put the farmhouse in the most appropriate place, and then the farmstead around it. There are clearly windows at the rear of the house, which is possibly not a principal elevation. So the fact that historically these were design views or not, but is not a key issue as far as I'm concerned. But actually, you can see from the farmhouse, and you'll be able to see when you go on the visit.
Okay, could you actually focus on the question again rather than a different one? Your evidence does not. You don't offer any evidence to dispute, do you? What Ms. Stoughton says, that there were no design views out in this direction from the building. You don't put anything to it.
Correct.
Thank you.
Which is different from what she says. It's making a minor contribution to the heritage significance of the asset. she says something different, doesn't she?
Now, then we go, please, to page 70.
Is there just a feel for how much?
5 minutes or so.
A lot of people
5 minutes.
are a break.
Very, very close to the end.
Okay, thank you.
Just want to check that I need to ask one question. Just bear with me a moment. I've reeled through all of the sundry of my music taste. Don't know what happened there. Could be a lot worse, actually, to be honest. Just bear with me one moment. Let's go to the table, page 75. Just above page 6.27. Am I right to think that, again, this is a situation where you accept that the table contains a complete and accurate list of the contributors to significance? There may be disagreements on contribution and harm, but the list is accurate and complete. Is that right?
I think that is so, yes.
And am I also right to think that in relation to the first 3 rows on the table, there is agreement between you?
Yes.
Yes. And so your position, as I understand the dividing line between you and Ms. Stoughton, is for one of the 4 contributors to significance, you ascribe greater contribution and greater harm.
That is so.
And so again, just standing back, you say upper end less than substantial harm in the context of 3 of the 4 contributors to significance being no harm. So help me again on the numerical scale. Where does the harm to one of the 4 contributors to significance, where does that generate? What's that level of harm that generate to the historic building as a whole?
So if I may take one step back from that and then come to...
Could you answer the question first and then take whatever steps you like?
So you're asking again?
So where in the scale of harm, 1 to 10, is the...
1 to 10 here, we're an 8. 8
out of 10. Where demolishing the building is, or depriving it of significance, is 10 out of 10.
That's right, on a logarithmic scale. Now, so where I found the question misleading was to say, we've got 4 here and only 1. What I'm suggesting is actually the weighting of some of these in heritage terms are actually relatively low, are different. That's not taken into account in this. So it's looking at 4 numbers. Where do we get to? Where do we get on the harmometer scale? Whereas actually what we've got is, and actually seeing Miss Dalton's photographs out of the rear windows of the farmhouse here, showing that connection with the current connection with the farmland behind, has reinforced my view that we've got actually this historic setting, the rural context of that being so important. And as we understand it from the illustrative layout, it will be built form there.
I didn't apprehend that you contested. I thought we'd agreed that the primary contributor to significance is the fabric of the building. That's still the case?
No argument.
And are you still agree that the farm building's contribution to legibility of the history is also an important contributor to significance, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. And I would agree that the farmland is of at least equal importance.
Okay, well, that's your evidence. I'm going to agree on that. Now, finally, historic England. Could we please get, so there, moment. CD 2.4 and 2.5. And could you please also take up Ms Stoughton's proof 2.12 and 2.13?
I've probably got to go over 2.4.
2.4 and 2.5. And Ms Stoughton 2.12, 2.13.
Right, where would you like to stop?
We start with Historic England's. Just bear with me 1 minute. I'm so sorry. Yeah, so let's start with their first consultation response, which is at 2.4. Where they starting to opined on whether there was a clear and convincing justification, and it's on the first page. We don't think there's a clear and convincing justification for that harm. And then at the final, under recommendation, again, no adequate justification has been provided for building houses not allocated, no demonstrable need for housing in the area. Yes?
That's what they said.
Yes. And they were overstepping the mark, weren't they, in making those comments?
Yes, as Assistant Regional Director, I tell my member of staff to take that paragraph out.
They're also factually wrong, because there isn't what we disagree
No,
on.
that's right. That's inappropriate for Historic England, I think,
Yeah.
to directly, within a letter like this.
It's outside the statutory remit.
Well, I'll be careful how I worded that.
But it is, isn't it? They don't
I mean,
remit
both they-
housing need, do they?
But the thing that they are saying is, we note. So that's perfectly acceptable to say we note.
But not if what they note is factually wrong.
That is correct.
And would you accept that the fact that in this first letter that Historic England do overstep the mark and do not only go beyond issues of historic heritage value, etc., and impact, but also comment on housing and get it factually wrong, one has to approach their representations in this matter with a degree of caution in light of that, don't we?
No, I would disagree with that, because all we've got one small paragraph at the end of this that is.
We don't. We have it at the beginning and the end.
That same factually.
Yes. Okay. So you don't think that in any way raises at least a sort of amber flag that one needs to kind of treat Historic England's representation in this matter with a degree of caution?
No, because actually their assessment of what's the issue, what are the problems, that's it. That's clearly in their second paragraphs. It's summarised in their second. That is separate from the actual wider issues. What they're actually saying there is, a development in these areas, there would be a problem. And they've then noted that.
And of course, you yourself consider that there are good grounds for doing something other than what Historic England say, because you take a different view to them in relation to Middle.
Oh, that's correct.
Yes. Lastly, Miss Stoughton, page 5 of her proof, notes that in the scoping response, which is within her appendices, though I don't think we need to get it out, but in the scoping response provided by Historic England, this is 2.12, Historic England suggested that the impact on St James's would not be significant. You see that?
Yes. Yeah.
And Ms Stoughton indicates that's not consistent with their later consultation response. And she's right to note there is an inconsistency, isn't she?
No.
Is she right? Do you agree that she's...
No.
Sorry?
No, it's just so we're talking about 212.
Well, 212.
Between a scoping notice and assessing, is it significant or is it not? As opposed to a consultation where actually they're giving a view on that in terms of that, and they do. So the fact that they have two different, slightly different views in terms of this, what we've got is initial view in terms of which you're scoping, looking at does this hit the EIA threshold? And then secondly, they're now asked in planning terms, here's the outline planning, what are your comments on it? And They've then come up with a slightly more, as you would say, a nuanced view on that, and have reviewed all the assessment and taken that on and come up with the letter that we've just looked at, which seemed to be quite reasonable.
There's no evidence, is there, before the inquiry that between the scoping response and the two letters that subsequently followed on the application, Historic England had conducted a site visit for the purposes of informing their consultation response.
I have no evidence that they had a site visit.
Never had a site visit at all. Yes. And in terms of looking at the reason again at 212, full letters in the material, but I don't want to take time going into it now. 212 in italics. We would anticipate the impact to not be as significant due to the distance of the proposed development and the retention of undeveloped land between the church and the site. Just breaking that down, between that letter and the date of the subsequent representations, March and April, the development didn't get any closer to the church, did it?
No, no.
And there was no reduction in undeveloped land between the church and the site, between the version of the scheme they were commenting on in January and the version later, correct?
Correct. I read this as a review of their initial comments and perhaps looking at additional information as part of it, part of the system. That it looks as if, you know, they had a greater thought, sat down and thought about the consequences of this and thought about it in more detail, and have come up with the reason letter of the March and then April.
And it's not just in relation to Middle Farmhouse that you disagree with Historic England, because in relation to the conservation area, they consider mid-range less than substantial harm, and you now accept that's overstated.
Yes, I think it's slightly lower than that, yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hickey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. It is definitely break time.
Yes.
Let's be realistic. I've a few questions, not many. There is some re-examination, I would imagine. If we take a break and we, you know, those things work their way through, we're going to be left with something like 35 minutes for.
We're not going to be able to stay.
I don't think it's going to work for us. So if we take the 10-minute break now, we'll then just. I don't want to push people on because we've gone quite long on this afternoon session. We'll take a 10-minute break and then we'll complete with Dr. Hickey, and I think that'll be it for the day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'll see you back here at. It's just gone beyond 10 to. How annoying.
At 4 o'clock.
It'll be 4 achieved the appellant's heritage witnesses in chief. So a couple of issues just to tidy up, and then I'm afraid we're all getting a slightly early evening again. I do hope they're being positively used by all parties to keep up with unilateral discussions, anything conditions-wise that's raised their heads, and preparation of the site visit itinerary.
Indeed.
But we can worry about those a little later. A couple of questions from me, and then, Ms. Sargent, I'll come to you for any re-examination that you may have. Now, I had a few questions around your methodology, Dr. Hickey, which was around the ICOMOS, use of ICOMOS, because it's a fairly new thing me, but I've had all your answers to that, and that's not something I'm going to need to take you to. But just a very quick question about your scale, because I'm now grappling with a number of different scales. The concept of a spectrum of less than substantial, the 1 to 10 harmometer.
Yes, on a logarithmic scale.
But and a logarithmic. You've had an introduced logarithm, and we have your significance of impacts of heritage change. First question is really: did something drive that impact grading when perhaps court cases came saying substantial is really going to have to demonstrate demolition at least of a significant?
Yeah. What I've done, sir, it's actually gone back to
for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if I can explain, I think Mr. Bannon was quite right in identifying, well, actually, major doesn't cover that.
Yeah.
What I've done quickly here is put in an extra column, which is loss. Okay.
Which obviously isn't in your.
No, it's not. It's new. I accept this,
So we're developing your methodology.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's developed, but what it does is then show that actually the rest of it's right. So, because major doesn't include loss, and I know which was quite interesting looking back, and the ICOMOS, that doesn't either. So, what in terms of developing this on from here, I would, if I put a column of loss there, sir.
All right, so it's a kind of additional trigger that bounces things into substantial.
Let's see which table that's been added to. That's the table.
That's right.
One.
That's table one.
It
So
then means that if we look at the
beyond very large, you have
down here, very large, it means then when we ask the question if it's a grade 2 medium, it actually then says yes, it's then above the trigger in the large to very large.
okay.
So it means it's just, I do accept that for where I have loss, it needs that extra column in to take account of that. And I apologise, that's
That's okay.
in the evolution of knowledge.
That's okay. I mean, yeah, okay. I wanted to just understand your logarithmic term for the 1 to 10. Does logarithmic apply to your own
No,
significance of impact?
no, sir.
So that's a balanced scale from
Yes,
neutral up to very large.
that's right. Yes, sir.
Because there's obviously 7 categories of harm. If you take one as being on the harmometer as being
Yes.
harm.
Yes.
So when you were mapping your 7 against Mr. Banner's 10, you were introducing another component.
Well,
Were you, or were you just saying,
that's where
what's
I was
about 3?
confused on where that comes on. I was going along with the HOM monitor, but actually, this is what we should be looking at, sir. Which is it's that scale there, which is relevant to the MPPF, which is
Relevant because of your links that you've created.
that's right. It links here, and this is where
Spectrum of.
So we've got that spectrum, and the top spectrum there is the moderate large, which is the top end of their causing us problems, major problems, and then what we've got with moderate, with the likes of the upper end of the range on lesser substantial, where we had the example of Stocks Farm, and the relationship with the loss of that relationship there was on the so. But the other thing I was saying, if you go on the 1 to 10, it isn't a straight line. a logarithmic. So
And I wanted to sort of understand that and from you how that related back to what you'd given me, which is those components of your own scale.
yes, I sort of apologise for sort of confusing things but what I was saying was it's not a straight harmometer 1 to 10.
Yes, the way you've commented on it hasn't been. I don't know if necessarily Mr. Banner was offering it as a logarithmic scale, but your answers were based on it being, in your mind, logarithmic.
Yes, the racer.
So I think
I'm pretty sure you understand that.
yeah. I want to ask just quickly about your understanding of the relationship with associated farmlands. We had some questions on this, and it's just really to assist me with clarity on your position. Historically, farm houses where there was that value within the business to fund a farm house,
Yes.
generally associated with quite large landholdings, and indeed, Ms. Stoughton's plans give evidence of that in 1830.
Yes.
And you, I think, very fairly agreed with Mr. Banner that those extensive farmlands to a farmhouse are not their setting.
Absolutely.
But something is their setting in your view, which is, in this case, you called it the associated farmlands, and you identify those on your Bloom plans.
That's right, yeah.
Now, the question from me is really, what triggers the choice of that land? Is it about visual, or is it another factor, distance, perhaps?
It's just, it's the associated, it's perhaps, if we've got a farmhouse that, I mean, I can think of lots on what was once the edge of Birmingham, but now you've got a farmhouse that's surrounded by pubs, roads and everything else. Yeah. It's actually that loss, that difference between that farmhouse, if it still had some farmland associated with it, and now having Birmingham example, etc. There is a loss of historic significance.
Understand that. It's what are the factors you take into account to identify which of the 200 acres of dispersed farmland?
So it's looking up the edge there. For example, on the Middle Farm, we've got the footpath that goes past Middle Farm and then into that large field, which is the southern field. So it seemed to me appropriate that the whole of that southern field, not the whole of the site, was appropriate in terms of, we could say, if that land is retained as agricultural land, people can understand that agricultural relationship.
So in that case, because people could walk from Middle Farmhouse into that field, then they would experience the farmhouse and the field, and that's
they would do. But however, in terms of the heritage setting, the guidance tells us that doesn't need to be that footpath.
Okay.
But so if the footpath wasn't there, it'd still be that field. I think you.
Okay, maybe I'll put it another way. Why isn't it any of the fields further to the west?
Because they're further away. I think it's just definitely distance. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And
so in some ways, it's an example of its past association.
That's right. Yes. So it's, where is it experienced from? So it's not the same thing, because I mean, what we have got is a situation where on the Brenda Park Way you can still see the church. Well, some other heritage professional may say, well, that is included. It must be included in the setting. What I'm suggesting is not necessarily all the way to there in terms of the setting.
Okay, thank you. We had the discussion on frontage, and let me just make sure I captured this right. Sorry, what I meant by frontage was the plate that shows Middle Farmhouse looking out to the street. I say looking out onto the street, the view from the street onto that elevation. You were fairly adamant that that wasn't a frontage, that was the side elevation.
Yes. I mean, if we look at it, so here we've got two gabled ends here, It looks like it looks to me, without having been round the side. This is why I say, as an architectural historian, I was quite interested to actually get in the back garden, stand there and look back and see how it had developed or how not.
Okay, it's something that I'll pick up obviously when,
But
when walking.
as part of that, yes, it's part of a frontage, and it's highly likely that it had to, may well have historically had a front door there somewhere behind that.
But is your view that has no influence on what can be considered the setting of the asset, or that there isn't?
That's part of it. I would certainly accept that's part of it, but part of the setting definitely of that house, but it's not necessarily the most important part.
Okay. I mean, quite clearly, to the north of the street, and onto Minchin's Lane, there's been development up that way to the north and east of Stocks Farmhouse. Just a sort of calibration for me, what's your view of how that has affected the setting? Now, I don't know how many officers of Basingstoke Dean we have here, but what was your view of that? Just to give me some sort of calibration of, the relationship.
Sort of coming new to it and looking to that, I thought, yes, well, this is sort of, but there are these bits and pieces. But actually, what we've got it's sort of coming back to the sort of that landform, that piece of land there helps form the settlement pattern in terms of that edge there, and we've got a lot of heritage things and in wider form there. So, and when we looked at the urban design there in terms of the width of the
depth of
development. Yes, that's right. Sinuous. That's sinuous description. As part of that was actually quite relatively narrow. When we looked at the figures, and then suddenly we were talking about something that was considerably wider in this location.
Okay.
Not necessarily the widest.
And its influence on Stocks Farm setting?
Well, it's a major. So influence in terms of that.
Okay. It's just that's something on the ground that I can appreciate in relation to Stocks Farm, and you've seen and appreciated, and it's just a little bit about calibration. For me, Ms. Sargent, do you have any re-exam for Dr. Hickey?
Thank you, sir. I do. Dr. Hickey, I'm going to go in chronological order, so you will have to take your mind back to several hours ago. Save that one point we will just begin with, and it may be that we've covered this since, but you cast your mind back to when we came back from lunch. Let's find my list. You will recall, I think, that you asked whether you could clarify some legal methodology, and I said, the examination, I would give you the opportunity. Yes. Have we dealt with that?
Yes, we've dealt with that. The whole of that. It was just explanation.
I think that might have been triggered by my...
Yeah, absolutely, yes. That extra column there just deals with everything.
Right, so going back to the start, as it were, it was put to you that your mapping of settings of the asset was crude, and you accepted that it was. You qualified that by saying that it was crude in the sense of a metre here or 5 metres there. To what extent is it realistic to map settings down to within a metre?
Totally, you just cannot do it. Probably, I mean, on many larger things, you'd be thinking, is it 100 metres there or is it 100 metres here? So a metre here and there on the sort of scale, you're really looking at zones as opposed to, and that line, ideally, I think should always be dotted, except I didn't put it in dotted. It's hard to do it in.
And if the settings of these assets, the ones we're concerned with, if the settings in reality were 5 metres to the north or south or east or west of where you've shown them to be in your mapping, to what extent would that have any impact on your analysis?
Zero.
Of the scheme?
No effect whatsoever.
And then it was said that your methodology is untested, and you accepted that it was untested in the sense that there aren't any court decisions or appeal decisions in front of the inquiry to demonstrate that it has been accepted. If you'd known in advance that that suggestion was going to be made, what documentary evidence would you have been able to provide in terms of appeal decision and the like?
I would have to, so I've got there's the Droitwich one before Christmas, which the inspector hasn't come back on. Sorry, my brain is gone in terms of the others will answer. So I've really just got the Droitwich one. Yeah. Before, I mean, there was sort of 3, 4, 5 years ago. I've got those as well.
So other appeal decisions from 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Thank you. Then it was said, Dr. Hickey's criticism of Miss Stoughton's approach to setting is that she's provided narrative rather than depiction in terms of the map. To what extent would it be accurate to suggest that your only concern with Miss Stoughton's assessment of setting is the fact that she hasn't produced maps to show us where she says the setting is?
I mean, that's the key thing, because I think actually some of the narratives are not really clear on how far out we're talking about some of these areas. And some of them, she's saying, you know, there won't be, for example, no harm. And the setting around the church, yes, it's very close. She suggests it's very close. But at least we'd have that in front of us to look on a map and relate that to the existing, to the proposed development.
And then there was criticism made of your maps, because it was said that your maps don't explain the contribution that the setting makes to the significance of the asset. To what extent would it be feasible for a map to communicate the contribution that a setting makes to the significance of its asset?
The contribution, a key contribution is it's saying, where is this experienced? And at the end of the day, this is all about the key thing that Historic England's done. It's where is this experienced? So, and that's the key thing. Where is it experienced? Within that, it accepted there are positive and negative things, but actually the key thing is, where is it experienced? And then we're actually doing the assessment of the next stages. Well, what happens if we've got a proposed development within that setting? How does that affect the setting?
Thank you. And then turning to this afternoon's, let's get the document back up. Yeah, could you get back out, if you find it, your matrix, so your table 1, please. And we can see we've got on the basically an X and a Y axis, essentially, where one on the column on the left is heritage value, and then magnitude of impact of change is along the bottom. If we were to ignore the vertical axis, so to ignore the heritage value aspect of this matrix, to what extent would the matrix actually work? To what extent would it be legitimate to place any reliance?
It doesn't work. You need the two elements. You need to actually work out the impact. Without that, you can't do it. If the magnitude on a change is just, if you've got something, for example, very often you have a listed pump, and next to it is a completely separate listed house. Framed house. The change could be actually it's relative to the actual input heritage value that you're talking about. You've got to take that into account to actually say, well, okay, what's the magnitude of that change? So you're referring to the heritage significance of that.
Thank you. Moving. Well, actually, let me just see. I think there's one more question that we might pick up. No, moving, I'll keep in sequence, otherwise I'll confuse myself. Can we then get Ms. Stoughton's proof up, please? And it was 4.1 paragraph 4.27.
That's Middle Farm, is it?
Yeah, Middle Farm, and this is the table, looking at the elements of significance, and you accepted and that you agreed with Ms. Stoughton that she's right when she says the primary contribution is the fabric of the building. You made the point that Ms. Stoughton hasn't attempted to give any weighting to the other elements. What's your view on how we would weigh these other elements, and particularly how the last one, so why this surrounds associated farmland, ought to be weighed against, everything else, accepting as we do that the primary contribution is, as Ms. Stoughton's identified, but how do we deal with the other contributions?
It seems to me that actually the fact that its location on the street, well, it's just there. In heritage terms, that's part of the location. And the associated garden plot, that's relatively low. The actual form of the building, so the question is, and the wider surroundings. So if we ask ourselves the question, if we take away the buildings, do we adversely affect the historic significance? The answer is yes. And if we take away the farmland associated, does that? So I would suggest that the final two are the two that I would come after the primary architectural value and historic element, although, so I mean, that's sort of summarising the way that she has done.
Yep, thank you. And then can we go to page 35?
Okay.
This is the church. So you'll recall this is a bit of a less straightforward exercise in that there was a bit of debate because your view is Miss Stoughton has missed out a contributor here. So either we imagine it's number 6, or I think you said you wouldn't mind including it within number 5. But anyway, be that, understanding that we've got a missing one. Acknowledging, of course, we agree what Ms. Stoughton says about the primary contribution, but the same exercise pleads in relation to the other contributions. I appreciate you're doing this on the hoof, but you have a view on what weighting we should be giving to these, including the missing contributor that you've identified.
So interestingly, the third one down, the settlement, the assets served, I would put that very low, relatively terms. Yes, it's there, it's not there, but the key thing in terms of that, so coming down the bottom, so my a link into the appropriate fields that give it its context, that is important, the wider context. Obviously, the fields that the eastern and the western fields noted in the conservation area appraisal, they're important as part of that. So we've got a number of there, and then the churchyard. I mean, I would take sort of the church and the churchyard as one because it's all within the curtilage of that, and the gravestones, etc. I mean, that's just part of what a church normally is as part of that. So you've got the church and the immediate surrounds, and then what we've got is some fields, and then we've got fields beyond that. But actually, so the immediate fields and the immediate context and the wider fields actually, again, have a quite higher, and actually the settlement, the assets served. Well, it had a historic, but I don't see that as a major element in terms of that, other than obviously from my perspective, that's included in the setting.
So where amongst leaving aside the top one, because we've accepted that's the primary one, but where amongst the other contributions would you place the contribution that you say the site makes?
So assuming sort of basically 1 and 2 are combined in my mind, the building and its immediate curtilage. So I was suggested that accepting that the fields immediately to the north, I think we call eastern or western fields, are high, but coming right behind those would be the wider fields there, giving it its countryside context.
Thank you. And then page 75, please, Stocks Farmhouse.
Okay.
an easier exercise, I think, and it may be that there's nothing that you want to add to the point you made earlier, but accepting again that we align with Stoughton on the primary contributor and that the identity of the contributor is agreed as well, so there's something missing here. But in terms of the other three things, so the garden plot and driveway, farm buildings, and then the wider surrounds, what weighting would you give to those?
So the garden plot and driveway are very low, part of the curtilage. But the actual associate farm buildings, I think, well, okay, that gives the farm, but actually the location, the historic context, geographical context and sort of functional context, the fields are up there because they are so near. We saw the views provided in this proof, showing that you got the view straight out of the house. So it's experienced immediately by views out there that are enjoyed by there, and future generations will be able to walk around the building, visit to the farm or Mr. Khan, and understand, yes, farmhouse, that's where the farm, that's where the fields are. It all links up.
Thank you. Small point, which I think I understood your answer to, but just to check, orchard and Middle Farm.
Yes.
Even if there were once an orchard at Middle Farm in the location that the appellant is suggesting, to what extent would that influence your assessment of the heritage harm that the scheme would cause to the assets in play here, please?
It doesn't, because I perceive that as a residential orchard as opposed to an agricultural or farm orchard, because you can see immediately the size of it. You wouldn't be able to make more than a few barrels of cider. So it's not a commercial orchard in the size that that is, suggested.
Thank you. On Stocks Farmhouse, you were you were just discussing the chronology with Mr. Banner and the fact that when it was listed in the 80s, it was a working farm. And obviously, in chronological terms, there's then been the change of use of the farm buildings over time to both non-farm residential and also commercial use.
Yes.
What consequence, if any, has that change in use of the former residential farm buildings, not just the residential ones, sorry, let me put this correctly, what consequence has the change of use of the farm buildings had for the significance of the farmland?
The significance of this farm building, it's been, or the listing, that's been an adverse significance because that's adversely affected that. But the fact that the farmland hasn't changed and it's still farmland and it's still there, that is actually quite an important factor.
Thank you. Mr. Banner's harmometer, the 10 was described a number of different ways as it was referenced throughout the cross-examination. I just want to know, so that I can come back to this in submissions, what is your understanding of what you think 10 means when because you've been giving your numbers obviously on this harmometer. What do you understand 10 to represent, please?
I understand 10 to mean, in that context, we had something that was actually partial or full demolition. And when I was saying, so it's actually, if you looked at a straight line, it'd probably be 100. We go up to about number 8 and then we'd jump up to this because we got this sudden major change from 9 to 10. Or 9 to 100. Or whatever figure you want to go to.
Thank you. Now, we didn't get this document out in cross-examination. We just relied on Ms Stoughton's proof. But can we please now, and you will need her appendices.
Oh, I don't have those.
They're probably behind you.
That is indeed, is it?
It's like the proof.
I did have a look earlier and I couldn't find them on here.
But there's nothing thick.
Oh, sorry, they may be behind the inspector, Dr. Hickey.
All right.
Behind the full document.
Come on, mate. So, any ideas?
I assume we're going to Appendix 5, are we?
I'm into the scoping letter.
The scoping letter.
So, yes.
Yeah.
That again is another copy.
Well, there, that gives you some idea of what it looks like for me.
Right.
You'd love
We
to
know what
see
I'm
it.
looking for.
Um,
Am I looking for? Oh, I've got the environmental statement.
so let's make it easier. Take this. There's nothing in my copy, but I've got it on the computer, so
Yeah, okay.
it will
Thank you
save
so
us a
much
lot
for
of time.
Yeah, thanks, sir.
Now, Appendix 5 is about 40 pages. Oh, sorry, I think the inspector's already found the document.
It's open, yeah.
Yes.
Extremely helpful, so thank you. So you are looking at the 12th of January 2022
Yep.
response from Historic England to the screening direction request. Can you go to the second page of that response, please?
Okay, I've got that. Yeah.
There is a paragraph, the first full paragraph on page 2 begins, the heritage statement includes.
Yes.
We can see halfway through it said no photographs of the site from the churchyard of St James's towards the site have been provided. So it's not possible to assess whether there is no harm, but we would anticipate the impact must be significant due to the distance of proposed development. And then further down that page, the second paragraph in relation to Middle Farm says little information in the heritage statement on the historic relationship. The impact cannot be easily assessed. While it provides photographs from the site towards the house, it does not do this from the house towards the site. They further conflate intervisibility with impact of significance through changes to the asset setting. Whilst visibility is an important part of the building settings, other elements such as increased noise or lighting levels can cause change to setting, and this has not been addressed. And then over the page, in relation to Stocks Farm, the final paragraph above the heading Bramley Conservation Area. Additionally, is for Middle Farm, while the report provides photographs from the site towards the house, it does not from the house towards the site, which is a weakness in the report submitted. The recommendation, we consider that there are omissions within the heritage statement, notably a lack of photographs from designated assets towards the development site, which makes assessment difficult. We think that an EIA is required on heritage grounds as there is likely to be significant impacts, in particular to Stocks Farm. We think that if this site is taken further, that the reports provided should be added to, so that they provide adequate information and assessment of the development and its effects on the historic environment. Having regard to, additionally to those aspects of Historic England's response, what weight would you advise the inspector to give to this scoping response as compared to the consultation response letters that Historic England subsequently provided?
This seems to me to actually lead in nicely to that saying we need more information. On the basis of the information that we haven't got, we can't really tell. So that means it gives the weight of the next stages to letters serious weight in terms of that. So this is part of the overall story, and is in no way suggesting that they're saying we haven't got the information, we can't see it, we need more information on that. And then following through on the logic is, and the planning process, their consultation letters then read in within this context are, you could understand how they got there.
Thank you. And final question, just in response to the exchange between you and the inspector a short while ago. You identified that you'd added an extra column to your matrix to deal with loss. Given that we're not dealing with loss of an asset here, to what extent would your analysis of this appeal scheme be any different if we did consider matters on your revised matrix?
None whatsoever. It just actually shows, and when we actually put in that final column and look at if we, Mr. Banner's question, if we did have a grade 2, what would it be? Well, it just shows it actually on that, with that extra column, it actually goes into over and above the lesson into substantial, which then validates the whole concept that everything actually does work correctly.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you. So that concludes Dr. Hickey's evidence.
Ms. Sargent, thank you very much indeed. Dr. Hickey, your 2 sessions are complete. You may.
Just that.
Thank you very much indeed. Okay, well, we've reached 25-2. We were correct in our assessment that that was going to squeeze us too tight unless we went on into the early hours of bringing Ms. Stoughton to the stand. So there's no requirement for us to do that in terms of our programme. So I'm very happy to kick off with her in the morning if that works with everybody. Any other matters that we can usefully discuss before we...
2 matters, actually, sir. Firstly, just to let you know, the Housing Land Supply Statement of Common Ground has now been agreed, I'm told. So well done to those involved in that. I'm further told that an electronic copy is going to be or has been sent through to you via the case officer. Would you like... I imagine if so, the council might need to print it because I think there's quite a lot of appendices. So, but if you'd like a hard copy, I'm sure the sergeant's side will be able to do that.
Just in terms of ease of working, I'm happy the appendices to say electronic.
Yes.
A hard copy of the
Document itself.
signed statement
Yes.
would always be helpful. If that
I'm sure that can be arranged.
teased out, it's just the way my brain works. I don't mind being referred to things, but I scribble and note and annotate.
I'm with you on that, as you can see from
Copy.
mounting the paper to my left. Secondly, sir, there's so much I can say. The matter we discussed as influencing
Yes,
the timing
of lunchtime.
to say things have moved on and we might benefit from a further discussion. The person who I was due to speak to at 1 o'clock is no longer
Available.
speak to me at 1 o'clock. It has been suggested, 2:30 was suggested, and I've since got a message from that person's advisor saying, what time can you do later on in the afternoon? So not particularly helpful to you or Miss Sergeant of the Quarry, but just to let you know, we don't need to worry about 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Could we just discuss this like we did yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes, but I'm just conscious that people then might, if anybody wants to come tomorrow, might want to know what the outcome of that discussion was. So I wonder whether we...
Well, what we had said was a fixed finish point of 1 o'clock.
Yes.
That would have been our normal timing
Anyway.
to finish anyway. If there was literally 5 minutes of Ms. Stoughton's cross-exam and she says wishfully she's thinking that it'll all be done by lunchtime. If there's only 5 minutes left, then we'll work around that. If there's an hour left, we'll take the break, we'll come back and we'll do it.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
Scotty, but I can't recall because I lost my version. What Mr. Banner's chief estimate.
An hour and a quarter, but you then thought probably an hour.
Think about that.
Yeah.
So you'll be on at 10:30ish.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, I think a likely outcome is that I will nearly have finished it.
Yeah, and we might have to take a lunch break and we might come back for half an hour to complete.
If I was to say sort of 3 ought to be a pretty safe bet, would that sound?
Yeah, although I did the calculation yesterday, we had this discussion and we suddenly thought 3 could have been tight. So everyone probably doesn't understand a word that we're talking about, but it is perhaps just worth bottoming it out without mentioning any of the drivers behind it. I think 10:30. There should, in theory, be about half an hour beyond the 1 o'clock timing. That's on your worst case of 3 hours worth of crossing. I see I think if we were in that situation where we're only coming back half an hour, a 45-minute break would work. That would give us a little bit more flexibility to hit within the timescales. If 3 o'clock works,
Thank you. I'm up to that.
if we do have to, find some nuclear option of losing you for that hour and coming back at 4 o'clock, that'd be incredibly frustrating. But it doesn't mean we can't do that, although everyone probably want to get home on a Friday.
So I think it's
But from what I get, and Mr. Manning, you can confirm this, I think you're being asked to give them a definite
I'm aiming for definite time for reasons that maybe are frustrating but understandable in the context of that individual.
So ping back 3 o'clock. We'll work to it. I will not compromise the inquiry by
No,
saying,
of course.
Sergeant, you have to finish now, no matter where you've got to on cross exam. We'll just find a way of managing that.
Yes, thank you very
You
much.
have to find a time. Okay.
Excellent. Good.
Right. All right. So